Hello guys, welcome everyone and welcome to the Sebring 500 as we are about to get racing on the way. So currently a short briefing going on by race control, and well, we're about to get to the pace lap in 5 minutes 30. So let's just jump onto the live stream for the moment.
Well, isn't it? When the World Endurance Championship goes to kick off its season there. You
Mr.
have such a
Mrožek
brilliant
is starting the
atmosphere,
car for
both
us.
on and off the circuit. And it's a real challenge for the drivers as well. So I think it's a real driver's circuit. So yeah, I think it goes down very well with them.
Yeah, the temptation, I suppose, at some point was to resurface what was the runways and eliminate the concrete blocks that you can see so clearly on our simulated version of the circuit. And of course, when you go there for real life, that's what creates such a big challenge. They do say that the 12 hours of Sebring is fantastic preparation for the 24 hours of Le Mans because it's the same kind of endurance on man and machine.
Yeah, it might not be the same
So let's
distance,
see
but as you
how
said,
this
it
goes
puts
then.
the cars through their paces, and it certainly
As
puts
we
the
have
drivers through their paces as well. Yes, our drivers might not be
the
on
race.
those concrete blocks physically, but as you can see from the snaps of overseer Josh Rogers has, they're going to certainly be feeling
you guys
it,
hear
and
the stream
mentally
well, I
this
hope?
is going to be a real challenge for them.
Of course, there's a massive show that the Americans put on whenever there's a motor race.
Yeah.
We've got Daytona 500 only a couple of hours away in Florida as well. And you go the other direction, and you've got St. Petersburg, where the IndyCar start their season. Homestead's about 3 hours down the road. Florida is an amazing place to go racing. America is an amazing place to go motor racing.
Thank you for joining and welcome. Also,
MD275.
Thank you so much. Appreciating the good luck wishes.
And some live pictures from Sebring as we get our anthem from America.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting that gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave.
I really love that intro, to be honest. The music of it, it's just so appealing. Right, Le Mans Virtual Series, Sebring 500. We are on the way. 2 minutes to the formation lap, guys.
Series Virtual on the paved concrete blocks of the
Thank you,
Sebring
Julian.
International
Appreciate it.
Raceway in Florida. The virtual version, 500 miles, which should be around 4 hours. A real challenge for our full grid of LMP and GTE cars, and a very, very interesting grid with Porsche Commander on the pole and the #1 Team Redline car alongside them. Behind them, Porsche's second car, better placed in the championship alongside Petronas's 63. Then we have the Le Mans virtual winners from the first edition, the 53, and alongside them, the second of the Redline cars.
Next up is the Panis Racing team, and second in the championship, Floyd Van Wilburst, and rounding out the top 10, we have Williams Esports. 9th is their best result so far this season, and then the next of the Van Wilburst cars. Coming after that, after their 10th-place grid drop, is RHG Esports, and lining up alongside them, the driver who did qualify on pole, Yassi Falocci.
Team Fordzilla works car for Nuno Pinto and Alpine alongside them. Rory McDuff will start in 14th position. Then we have the second of the RH cars, relegated down to 15th with Matthias Besch, the pro driver, starting. rFactor Esports, the first of their cars, in 16th position.
Let's see.
Arnage and
15
Bravo
seconds to the
start on
formation
row
lap.
9.
Then we have the Rocket Sim Sport car
for
coming
whatever
after that. It's
reason,
been a
I
tough
have a
season for them so far.
technical
rFactor Esport will be alongside them. Next along after that, we come now to row 11, Pescarolo Esport Monaco and the Sem 9 Axel team, starting from 21st place on the inside. And on row 12, rounding out the prototype field, we have ARC Bratislava and the Mexico Racing team.
In the GTE category, it's Ferrari on the pole position with Sim Maranello alongside the Works BMW team, Redline 71. Then we have the Works Ferrari in 3rd position and the first of the Porsches, Proton Coanda 77 in 28th position. BMW team BS Competition and Simsa on row 3 of the GTE field.
On row number 4, D Station, who got their best result of 7th last time. Alongside them, Proton Coanda Esports. No top 10s for them so far this season. Can they change that? Then we have P1 Esports and Satellite Racing on their home race. And after that, after a 10-place grid drop, RHG Esport, and to the inside of them, second in the championship, Oracle Red Bull Racing with some work to do.
That row 6 is very strong, isn't it? We've got Pro Drives, Aston Martin on row 7, and Door Esports disappointed alongside them. And at the tail of the field, Marla Racing Team and Inspeed in their Porsche. 40 cars, 20 rows, heading down to a tricky turn 1 and then a narrowing turn 2. It is always fascinating to see how these cars get through the first couple of laps, settle into a rhythm. It's a beautiful Floridian day, 25 degrees air, 29 degrees track, exactly what you would expect if you were heading out to Florida in December for a little hot Christmas. And we have Josh Rogers, the man that's got the pole position, starting the car for Porsche.
Yeah, second consecutive pole, a podium for them so far this season. Now we look back to Sim Maranello, the first time we've seen them lined up at the front of the grid. But of course, after the grid drop, BMW team Redline are now the team that lines up alongside them rather than that RAG car. It's going to be fascinating to see how they come through the field along with Oracle Red Bull Racing. But the Ferrari's going very well over a 1-lap pace.
Oh,
Let's
here comes
see
the
if
start, guys.
That now transfers over the course of 134 laps.
Josh Rogers in the number 23. The number 1 is alongside them. Jeffrey Rietveld looks to be starting that car. And then we will have the Mercedes Works team behind them.
So,
side by side through Sunset Bend. It'll happen plenty of times in the race. On this particular occasion, hitting the bumps you really don't want to hit. There's so many obstacles that we can't see as commentators, but places to avoid in race conditions. It looks like the spread of tyres are pretty even. We've got a rear wing missing. Is that Rocket at the back of the field with no rear wing before the start of the race? The cars fan out over the start and finishing line, and we go into turn 1, and I think Redline has lost a position there going through
very
turn
good job,
1 as we
David.
start. 134 laps. The spinning Rocket car with no rear wing is going to be another difficult thing for the GT field.
Where are we? 8,
to
9?
avoid as they head towards the start and finishing line. Porsche 1-2 at the head of the LMP1 field. GTE now is go.
Here we go, Sim Maranello to the inside of the circuit, BMW team Redline to the outside. Are we going to see that BMW car attacking the Ferrari round the outside as we get underway for 134 laps? In fact, the BMW, the championship leaders, are under attack from the Ferraris down the inside. I think that's the SF Velas car.
Three wide.
They go in towards that second corner.
Yeah, that
BS
had to be
competition there, charging through in the blue and white colours to come through to second place. What a start from them.
71's got to be so careful here not to get completely bullied off the circuit. Very aggressive start from BS Competition, and it looks like they might get themselves up to second position. They're on the wrong part of the circuit going into the second braking zone as we focus our attention back to the head of the LMP field. There is BS Competition losing a spot to SF Velas, so they dropped to third, but most crucially there, BMW is just not getting up to speed for Redline. They're down to 5th position.
BS Competition is not the lead BMW we expected. A fantastic start from 5th place on the grid. They were briefly in 2nd place. They're now staring at the back of that SFLS car. Sim Marinello have been giving a bit of breathing space as we now jump on board with the Proton Coanda car running in 4th place. P1 Esport have made a good start as well. They're up to 6th place from P9 on the grid, so they've just gone past D station, and that's one of the other Porsches charging up the order.
I see that the GTE start is under investigation, so maybe some jump starting if you get on the throttle.
Yeah,
start
so guys, we're trying to
line,
sort
then you
stuff a
might
bit
incur
here.
a penalty, and there certainly feels as though there's a couple of cars that have got the jump on others there in the GTE category. Presumably the LMP category field start is also under investigation, with Rocket losing their rear wing before they even got to the line.
I love my
Bit of a strange incident, that one, wasn't it? It all seemed to bunch up as they got to the line, as BS Competition runs slightly wide through Sunset Bend, or is this just one of the 12 different racing lines that can be taken through there? In fact, they have run wide, and that looks like Proton Coanda, now Ben, are on the attack. They're side by side going down towards turn 1.
Yeah, but they're on the outside, aren't they? So Charlie Collins is going to have a real struggle to go round the outside into turn 1. He sticks at it, though. He sticks around the outside. Now the opportunity for BS Competition just to run them out a little bit wide. Doesn't, though. They stay side by side through turns 2 and into 3. That's where the BMW now has the inside line and holds the position for the moment. Needs to settle himself down, though. And there is Rocket in the pits, and presumably, is that out of the race already?
Well, we didn't really see it up on the jacks or anything like that, so we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, so we're sitting 8th and 9th, so David jumped the spots amazingly. So we'll be under pressure from Chinchik, who showed tremendous performance yesterday.
Many of the GT cars to run the softer tyres and single stint those ones. Let's find out what happened then, Ben, at the start.
On board.
Oh.
Nice bonk.
So that's Mexico.
That's the Pescarolo, wasn't it, behind?
And Pescarolo directly behind. So they're going to have a decent amount of damage there on the front end of the car, because you need a hefty hit to dislodge that rear wing.
Yeah. Pescarolo were found themselves going straight into the back of the car, but
Rocket heading back out, though. That's good news. They're a lap down, but they're not bailing out of this quite yet. This will become
a lap down in a 4.5-hour race.
Yep.
The worst that you can have
in the race, but as you said, they've lost a huge chunk of time, and a difficult season for Rocket Sim Sport continues. It's not been a great season for them at all, and sadly they now have to turn their attention solely to the 24-hour race.
Back to the LMP field. Here is the number 8 pole claiming car, not pole starting car, relegated 10 positions after a breach of Article 17 of the Code of Conduct after the last race. So RHG as a team dropping 10 positions on every single one of their cars. Work to do for both the GTE car and the LMP car, because they were so fast in qualifying.
Yeah, they put in an absolutely fantastic performance, did RHG, but now some work to do. They've got the 2 Van Wilburst cars ahead of them, the 444 car being the first of them, the 2 Porsches leading the way, and they might be able to play a bit of a strategy game with being first and second. There's ProDrive. It's not been considering they're coming off the back of 2 second-place finishes. ProDrive yet to get going in this race. They're behind the US team Satellite Racing, battling over 12th place. So the 2 Aston Martins down in 12th and 13th, with the lead Aston being D-station up in 7th.
Let's
get the feeling,
get
though,
this race settled a bit.
Do end up gaining throughout the race.
Play the long game.
Yeah, their strategy always seems to work out. Whether that helps them on a shorter race distance, such as this 4-hour race, I'm not so sure. But ultimately, as you say, down there in 13th position in class. And it's Jochimsen who is aboard the 95 right now. Looks like he's got pace over the Satellite Aston ahead with Cynic, sorry.
Rogers is already running away at the front again.
On the medium tyre
That's the track condition.
First Aston Martin, the second on the soft white-walled tyre. So a little bit of a strategic difference going on in our GTE category. Didn't look as though anyone was trying anything different, certainly at the head of the LMP field.
No, not at all.
Yeah, don't worry. We expected that anyway.
We now look back at the
where we are right now is good.
See, it looks very close a little bit further up. BS competition under a bit of pressure as the two Ferraris seem to be streaking clear out front, but this is the battle between the two Astons for 12th place. Our Pro Drive going to start making a bit of ground here up and towards sunset. No, they stick behind for the time being. Project One, the car behind, in 14th place. There you can see the GTE class now streaking across, and we've yet to see Oracle Red Bull make a huge bit of ground there. Still there in 10th place, so either they're playing the long game or they just don't have the pace they've had throughout the rest of the season this time.
Now remind me, GTE cars tend to go about 90 minutes before their pit stop?
To the hour.
To the hour?
Yeah, so
okay.
we're expecting them to do 2:33 lap stints and 2:34 lap stints.
So they do have to actually do a little bit of conservation to get themselves correctly to the stint.
In the 34s, yeah, they'll have to do some fuel saving in that.
Okay, so there is the possibility of some strategic differences, as we can see there from Satellite Racing, running the medium tyre, maybe trying to go a little bit longer than the rest on the soft tyres, and then you've got to get some information as to whether those soft tyres can do the complete stint in these conditions.
Yeah, we did expect GTEs to use either mediums in single stint or softs as well, so
yeah, Rogers is extremely quick. He did 45.1 and he's escaping at the front, so I guess short stinting again.
Distance comfortably, and if they can do, then Satellite will start to realise that they've maybe chosen the wrong option here on the medium tyres.
Unless they're going to try and double stint them, but that seems like it's pretty tough.
No, I mean, going 2 hours would be a long way to go on a set of tyres, especially round Sebring, as Pro Drive throw it down the inside there.
Side by side through the Le Mans. It's one of the wider parts of the circuit here, and actually going side by side like this is going to really,
they're going to be they're going to be 3 wide. They're going to be 3 wide.
Door competition.
Here we
P1
go.
Porsche, isn't it?
Yeah.
With Krippner now picking up the slipstream on the inside. No room for
Pump
Satellite
drop,
to shut
let's
the door.
go.
So Satellite going to lose 2 positions here. Krippner actually fading out of it at the end of the straight.
Interesting.
Yeah, just backing off there. InSpeed doing a good job to hold on to this battle. Marla round out the field currently.
They're side by side now with the Porsche.
BMW. So
Yeah,
this
Porsche.
5-way battle going
Not the
on
best
towards
exit
the rear
out
end
of
of
sunset.
the GTE field.
So, LMPs are approaching the GTEs the first time on the track.
Now, will the 95 start to scamper away? Risto Capit is the next car ahead of him, the 888 R8G
GTEs now
machine.
into turn 5,
And
first LMP now
actually,
into turn 1.
None of the R8G cars, whether it be in LMP or in the GT category, have made up much space over where they should have started. Remember, they should have all been right at the sharp end of the field. Looks like a good battle actually going on just ahead.
So, of course,
Well,
for the
number
time
8
being,
seems
we
to
are
have got past the
stuck here a
triple
little bit
four,
with
but,
the watch party.
now
As
could
soon
be
as we're
lining up a
gonna
move on the
head
number
into the
4.
car,
That's
of
more in the
course, you get
that's
the
in the
exclusive
prototype
onboard,
category.
which
So
about to happen in
number 8 has gone
roughly
past the
1
triple
hour
four,
for us, I
and,
guess.
is now looking to line up a move on the number 4. So that's more in the prototype category.
Here is the Mexico team, and they have a drive-through
Expected
penalty
first
for
wave of
causing a
traffic
collision at the race
within the
start.
next
So
lap.
it seems as though, let's have a quick look at the replay. They're hanging back here, trying to get the jump on the rest of the field, get the throttle down,
What a
and
bonk.
actually just time that slightly wrong, don't they? So had they hung back even further, they might have carried loads of momentum onto the straight. It was a sensible and clever idea there, but unfortunately didn't quite work for them, and ultimately pushed them into the Pescarolo, which pushed them into the Rocket. And Pescarolo coming away with rear and front end contact, but seemingly carried on without a pit stop, and Rocket ending up with the bad end of the stick there and having to replace their rear wing.
Yeah, they spun before they got to turn 1 because of that damage, didn't they? And no surprise to see that happen. And,
Like Yanni is struggling to keep up with the pace.
For all 3 of the teams, really.
Josh Rogers checking out at the head of the LMP field. 3 seconds to the good over Mitchell Dion.
There must have been some sort of mistake there, surely, because it seems to have gone up last time we checked in with it, but maybe it is just Josh Rogers.
Yannick, thank you
Josh
very
Rogers
much
doing
for the
Josh
follow.
Rogers things.
Basically,
Appreciate it.
Best lap of the race so far.
Into the stream.
0.6 of a second faster
The Sebring
than
500.
anybody else in the field.
Wow.
Josh Rogers doing Josh Rogers things. The 2-time world champion on a different platform. Rogers, one of the very best in the world of sim racing. I feel as though over the last couple of years, Josh Rogers has fallen maybe a little bit behind the likes of James Baldwin, who's really become an absolute celebrity.
Leader
Drives
has now
the penalty
started
also for the
traffic
777
jumping.
car. He's gone through the pits without stopping.
All right, well, that's a weird one. He's saw him go into the pit lane.
Oh, we got traffic already.
There we go.
Here comes the spicy bit. Rogers giving himself a little bit of advantage just before hitting the traffic, and maybe that's why he turned the wick up, just to make sure he could catch the traffic in a different point to the rest of the field. He's already lost.
Like if that Porsche car at the front is running in full fuel with that pace,
really hard to
GG, no one's gonna stop
they
them.
all carve their way through the traffic around the sinuous and narrow parts of this Sebring circuit.
Yeah, that is worst case.
Make a move as well, so 3 wide there before the double left.
Red Bull going around
obviously the GT is battling as well, so traffic is always a decider in many ways.
And now the 888 RHG car trying to do the same thing. Is there an opportunity? I'm not sure there is, and they need to be watching their mirrors as well. Tricky moments for GTE.
Yeah, here we can see just getting that extra bit of toe there. A red line before going round the Coanda car, or the P1 Esport car, and now coming into Sunset Bend, and the gap to the 20 car has certainly come down, but I think Josh Rogers got his way through the traffic better than anyone else there. His gap is 3.4 seconds at the head of the field, so he's certainly done very well. This is a battle going on between Oracle Red Bull Racing and the 888 car, which was originally due to start on the this Proton car, sorry, which was hasn't had the best of seasons so far, so could do with a good result this time.
Did we just see him hit the wall going into turn 1?
I think it was
I think he just tried to make the circuit wider than it is.
I'd like to see it again if so. That was I didn't really catch that one.
Just a little nudge. We'll keep an eye to make sure there's not too much more tomfoolery here as the rest of the LMP field try and go around the outside of our GT.
Well, sometimes you have those situations
Porsches,
where the race
and
controls
and
and
the
other people on the track. It just happens.
Very, very
it's just
tricky
racing,
moments.
sadly. Sometimes.
Edge of your seat, clenching buttocks moments, isn't it? This first time when the GT field are so close together. It gets easier as the laps draw on, because
the first wave of traffic is always a pain.
There's more spaces for the LMP cars to slot into. But on this first round of Lapri, after just 8 laps, just seems
Let's
like
see how we did so far in it.
Cars to go.
So we got ourselves a bit of a gap
to
P11,
wide, and that's
roughly 2 seconds, thanks to the traffic. That's amazing.
Running in 12th place, Nuno Pinto in the car, and now we
Those are the last
side.
GTEs for the first wave.
That is the 888 trying to get past the 88, and that is going to be a change of position.
Yeah, because he's been off the line for about 3 or 4 corners, that Porsche, and he's just not been able to get back onto
we
it.
hit that last GT in a bit of a bad spot, but whatever.
Just needs to
made it through, got a bit of a safety gap to the car behind, so that's looking awesome.
For Charlie Collins.
Yeah, you can see just being squeezed there slightly. The Pro Drive car wants all the space it can get before going into Sunset.
How close you want to get on it?
As you said, a difficult lap for Charlie Collins.
Yeah, it's not Charlie Collins, it's Kevin
Holy moly.
Kevin Van Duren, and the satellite car is the next one just behind as well, so it could get even worse.
Charlie Collins has actually made his way up into 3rd positions. So on that last lap, getting ahead of the BS competition car.
Here we're going to see him hit the wall, I think. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, just a
slight nudge.
Little kiss.
I think that might have been slightly due to the fact of all the prototypes coming down the inside as well. Maybe just trying to avoid any contact as well. Maybe just a slight distraction for the Proton Coanda car. Now just wants to
Rogers 4 seconds in the lead already.
As we
so crazy.
10 laps completed. In terms of pit stops, the prototypes we're expecting at around 22-23 laps.
Oh, another big slide from that 88 car. It's got a bit of damage, so I'm not sure that's all from the kiss of the wall. I think it's possibly been a little bit more strife than that on that front right corner. Definitely doesn't look as it was intended at the start of this race. Now getting under the rear wing of the Aston Martin, gathering its thoughts and trying to get back up through the field, because, as I said just a second ago, Charlie Collins now up to third in the sister Proton Coanda Porsche, ahead of the BS competition BMW that's still there and thereabouts, very, very close. But BMW was the cork in the bottle.
Here we can see now in the tow making its way down the Ullmann Straight. It's got a lot closer out front as well, hasn't it? SF Velas are definitely in the traffic whilst they're being the prototypes coming past. They have brought the gap down to Sim Maranello to just 7.5 tenths.
Now that's why the 88 cars had damage. He's been attacking the rear end of a Ferrari.
I think that was.
Now I don't know how much. Obviously, cosmetically, that's quite big damage. But in terms of, if you were comparing that to the real world, that wouldn't be a massive, like, mechanical problem with the car. I don't know how much they would feel that damage on our Factor 2, which is our platform that we are using for the Le Mans Virtual, have done since the very beginning.
And here we can see battle for 5th place on screen, battle for 6th place directly on screen, but just ahead is the AMG Williams car and Team Redline in our picture. And just behind that, we have Panis Racing in 7th place, so 5th, 6th and 7th there. We'll rejoin that shortly.
Look at this. This is BS competition losing the place. In fact, they've already lost a position in traffic to the 77. Now getting it back from Charlie Collins, side-by-side contact.
Nice.
So moving himself back up into 3rd position. But
yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Charlie
traffic
Collins
is
has got
so
himself,
decisive when it
back
comes
ahead
down to
again.
the battles.
So, that has changed hands twice for that 3rd position. A good little battle going on, and there's still
Absolutely
only
crazy.
0.3 of a second between the Porsche and the BMW, with the 2 Ferraris at the head of our field, with 0.8 of a second between those two.
Yeah, it's now just 0.6 of a second, so SF Velas, the factory car, closing in on the customer team. Sim Maranello, first pole position for them, yet to get a podium.
45.6 in the last lap.
Get their,
Just 7/10 faster than
in 3rd place.
5/10 faster than anyone else.
The BS competition car. That's a good little scrap going on between those two. We did
So
see
crazy.
a replay of a change, but as Ben said, they have swapped back round again, but they are only split by 2 or 3/10 of a second. So 2 good battles going on in GTE, and there are several more going on in prototype as well. We have another good one right here in GTE, which we're watching on screen.
Here is that 3rd position battle then, with the 77 and the 89 machine. So Charlie Collins in the 77 and Ibrahim Khan in the BS competition BMW, the best of the BMWs after a good start from them and a poor start from the Redline machine. The Redline machine is over a second down. There it is in the backer shot from BS. So it felt as though the BS car was a little bit slower on those early laps, but ultimately not a huge amount more. And now that the Proton car is ahead, the gap between them and the 2 Ferraris
we're using
is coming
standard.
down, and Ibrahim Khan is holding on to Charlie Collins. So obviously Collins happier to be leading this little gaggle, but then maybe is the Redline car catching the 2 of them as well.
It's been quiet, hasn't it, the Redline car? I think there has just been a change behind. Simsa Esports are coming through the field quite nicely as well, and Simsa Esports, after I think a difficult start to the race, are now back to where they started in 6th. They've just got past P1 Esport, but you can see, look at the gap behind. The top 5 have really streaked clear. In fact, they've lost that place again.
Oh, they pushed
No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
It's not the place you want to be. That's an unfortunate time to start watching Simsa and then go down the inside and bully their way past the triple 11 for 6th position. So it really is a fiery fight. Good spot there, Chris. Schindler in the 66, Busk in the 111, and Kasdorp is in the 99.
I don't like racing against Schindler. He's even
Kasdorp
blocking off the
having
LMPs.
A very lucky moment. This is the sole Red Bull entry down the inside of the 11 and getting himself up
Bolt
into
Sim Racer.
7th position there.
Well, if I wouldn't have just got
remember
this
Red Bull,
FPE, then I would have gone for the hyper
started
P1 now.
P11,
But
and that's going to move them up to P6.
I don't feel like
now,
spending
they are
another
coming through
2k
the
on
order, but
a
look at the
steering
amount
wheel
of-
because
the gap between
I don't
5th and
have to
6th
right now, you
in
know.
GTE 8 seconds. So a long gap there between 2 sets. And you can see this gaggle of cars, pretty much the rest of the field after the top 5 is all together.
But look at the gap that's just ebbing and
Yeah, I
flowing
agree.
between these two.
Canada. I mean,
over the line, Simpson
they
had,
are
what, 1.5 seconds
investing a
advantage.
hell
Patrick Schindler was
of money
clear ahead. And now
in order
Cancel under his rear wing once more. He's got to have
make
to look
this
at his
a big
rear
show
mirror he's got
and to make this
Bust
really
and,
professional.
Risto Capit has joined the party in the R8G machine, looking to the inside, gonna make a move on the 111, just out of shot, I think. Yes, no, side by side, kissy. Cameraman, stop, don't pan. Oh, you've panned. I want to see what's happening behind.
Yeah, good little side by side there.
He
There
has
you can
got
see
through.
them. Yes, he has. So R8G are through.
He has
Yeah,
got
the
through.
Ferrari is just
With
so
the
OP,
elbows out.
it's
And remember, this
ridiculous.
is a car that was within
I don't
a couple of
understand
hundredths of a
why it
second
has
of pole
not
position.
been balanced
And should have
off
started
performance.
up right at the sharp end with
That
Risto
is a
Capit
word.
setting that time.
Yep, winners
Because that
from
Ferrari is
round
just
2 at
so
Monza
quick.
after taking pole position there, and it looked like they could have been on to potentially go and add to that.
Well, he made a mistake. He went offline. He lost the rear end, and the momentum killed. And suddenly the 111 back under the rear wing once more. Can he carry the momentum through Le Mans? We'll want to, because he's now got ProDrive and that second Proton Coanda car joining the party. The Ferrari has good straight line speed, though, as we saw in that lap comparison with the BMW.
You can see down the
Look at the gap now. Gap's massive to the Red Bull car ahead, just from that simple little mistake.
see how much you can lose just in one mistake there.
Hong Kong Jokul,
us-
thank
he's
you
given us
for
away.
the follow and welcome to
There we go.
the Sebring
Elbow
500
crack, I
here in the
reckon that
Morbid
is.
series.
Well, you knew we were watching him for a second.
I'd love
But-
to see these shots inside the rig rooms of some of our
Welcome to the
drivers.
race.
Behind is going to kick off this, isn't it? See, ProDrive, I think, are about to make another move here on P1 Esport. Or are they about to be passed? Because on board with Proton, they look like they're getting fired up to make a move as well.
It does seem as though, you know, a big slide or an offline moment costs you so much in GTE around here. And it takes you a couple of corners, as we saw with the number 88. It takes you a couple of corners to get yourself back into the rhythm and back onto the racing line. Especially when those LMP cars come through. It seems really, really hard for these guys to get back up to that consistent momentum that we know sim drivers are so good at.
Yeah, I think you need to get to the Ullman Straight or something like that just to take a breath again, because it's a track that just doesn't give you a break at all, does it? You need to constantly be setting yourself up for the next corner, as you can see as we're riding on board here. You can already coming through a corner there. Now we have to get set up, take a bit of curb through there. So it is a track that, yeah, if you get past in one corner, you can find yourself losing 2 more places very easily. And here come Mexico Racing Team. And now they're going to add to this fight as well.
Luckily, just on their own right now, having presumably done their penalty.
Yeah.
They are the lone LMP car to cut through the field, which at least for the spotters for these GTE cars, so you just say, don't worry, there's only one coming through for the moment. The rest of them will be with you in a few moments' time. We saw lap 8, didn't we, that the first of the lapperies began, so expect the next 2 laps for
That'll happen again.
I'll be right back with
the
you.
LMP cars to come through for a second time. Here is the LMP cars. We've got Porsche 1-2. 5 seconds is the gap. Then half a second between our second and third position cars, with the number 1 red line in third position. And then
There
the
we
2
go.
AMG cars, with now Proton up the inside of the 111 Porsche.
Yeah, you can see a good move there from the Aston Martin, and that moves it up into 9th place. So the ProDrive car, which, as we suspected, always seems to go better over the racing distance. 2 second place finishes in a row for ProDrive, and now they're just slowly starting to come through the order, and that is now P9 for them. But I tell you what, the battle for second overall could start to kick off soon. It is getting very close. Team Redline might start to get on the attack shortly, as here comes Proton, the 88. Proton down the inside of P1 Esport as well. Once you lose one place, you tend to lose another, and then you have to be the one to get back on the attack again. It's absolutely brutal race out there in the midfield in GTE.
And interestingly, whilst we've got mostly pro sim drivers in this battle, Andreas Jochimsen is part of a 2 pro driver lineup in that pro drive Fire Esports team, and Jochimsen runner-up in the Super GT category over in Japan, so that's where he's been doing a lot of his racing.
Nice.
Then an all-Danish lineup with Lassie back, their pro sim driver, but Super GT AM champion in 2019, and has been out there in Japan ever since, racing in Super GT.
Here we can see one of the other prototypes now coming through this part of the field as well. AMG Williams Esports under attack from the second of the Team Redline cars as well in the prototype category. That battle for 5th, which we checked in on a little earlier, still continuing. That 3-way fight between the AMG Williams Team Redline and Panis Racing car as well.
I'm going to correct myself.
Okay.
There's a Danish Super GT Championship, so he was doing that obviously being Danish rather than Japanese.
Okay.
Correction. But also has done lots and lots of sim racing across different platforms as well.
Oh, well, you were almost right. Super GT.
I said Super GT.
Said Super GT.
But then I said Japan.
Oh, well.
That's okay.
I would have said the same thing.
I didn't even know that there was a Super GT.
I didn't know either. I thought there was only one. There we go. Yeah, you learn something new every day.
Josh Rogers is our guide around this Sebring circuit. 5 seconds to the good. We'll be sharing this car with, well, he's not actually sharing with his good friend Archan Guven. Guven's in the 20 machine. The 23 is Lauren Heinrich with their pro driver and Matt Backham. They'll be in their facility in Germany. As we saw yesterday, Mitch de Jong looks as though he's there as well, unless he's decided to deck out his garage as a look-alike with the purple floor. These days, less and less of the purple Coanda branding and more of the Works Porsche branding. The relationship growing and growing between Coanda and Porsche. Josh Rogers effectively therefore a Works driver for Porsche.
Well, here we see the battle between Team Redline and Panis Racing over 6th place. It's been a good race for Panis Racing, it has to be said. They're going along very well so far. Best result at 9th for them this season, so this would be a personal best if they could hang on. This is a really good start to the race for them. There's still a long way to go, and they've got 2nd in the championship and the original pole sitter behind them, so it's not going to be easy for them at all, but this is a really positive start for Panis Racing.
And once again through the traffic, it's Florian Leberge who is in that Panis Racing car in 7th position, sharing that car with Quentin Vayet, and Job van Uitert is their pro driver. And
Jas Heat went for the alternative strategy there, so they've gone soft. Everyone else mediums, so that's an interesting one to see. We were told that medium would be medium and double stint is what we're likely going to see, but maybe Jas Heat will soften single stint, who knows.
Well, that would be a good pit stop to watch then, wouldn't it? Because if they don't change their tyre and think that they can do double stint on softs, then that would be great information for everybody else. This is a battle for 8th position between number 4 Van Wall Burst and the leading R8G, number 8 machine that was actually the fastest car in qualifying, desperately trying to find a way through. Simoncic versus Sinchik, squeezing into the braking zone. Oh, and being put onto the grass, Marcel Sinchik. And losing another position to the 444 car. That was a little bit of teammatery. What do we reckon, though? Too aggressive from Jani Simoncic. Didn't really give him very much room going into tower.
No, not at all. It looked like, I mean, it didn't look like there was much contact between them, but the result of it was very harsh there for R8G. They lost a lot of time, didn't they? Oh, and so will Fordzilla with that spin. What's happened there? Has that happened whilst they were trying to get past some traffic, I wonder? That's a strange part of the circuit to end up facing the wrong way.
This is the tricky moments. The other car that actually is dropped off our timing screens is the 18, Matthias Besch, down to 21st position. Started in 15th. That car was up in the top 5 in qualifying, but Besch didn't qualify it. And Matthias Besch is one of the pro drivers, the real world drivers, alongside Romain Grosjean, but they are really at the tail end there, so I don't know whether they've suffered contact. And in fact, here we are, wide going through Sunset and opening the door on the inside there to one of the GR Vector machines and the returning Rocket Sport car, which is a lap down, or is he? Yes, he is a lap down.
Well, here we see Fordzilla coming into the pits then. So damage on that car, and they're going to have to come in. Stints are going to be about 22 laps, so I don't think we're going to be able to see them get to the end. Here we go then. Let's find out what happened to them.
Wow, just a little bit over-optimistic. Whoa! Oh, we did get hit.
That was the 888, I think, wasn't it, that hit it?
Yes.
Nowhere to go.
That's big. That's big news for the R8G Ferrari, because that will be big damage. You can't be flying into an LMP car like that and get away with it.
Yeah, last time round they did a 2:02 in comparison to a 2-minute flat for the Oracle Red Bull Racing car. Let's see what they do this time around. It was 2 seconds. They were right on the back of that Red Bull Racing car, and now they find themselves actually coming under attack from the ProDrive car. So ProDrive might benefit from this. Here they are, and where are ProDrive? They're going to be very shortly behind them. There they are in the black and purple colours. Are the ProDrive in that Aston Martin. Well, they didn't come into the pit lane, so they the initial reaction from Risto Capit is that he can carry on here. Let's see if that will still be the case when he crosses the line next time. He goes into Sunset now. We jump on board with R8G, Matthias Besch, looking back at Rocket Simsport, who are out of sync. And across the line, and it looks like the R8G car is going to stay out on circuit.
Well, the Simsa Ferrari has been involved in 3 separate indiscretions out on circuit so far. You can't really blame them for the Fordzilla car trying to overtake on the grass, but ultimately I'm sure that will appear in our protest forms as well, even if really there is nothing that they could have done. Simsa with warnings already from being slightly aggressive with their elbows. Here is Matthias Besch, as I said, at the tail of the LMP field now, sharing the car with Romain Grosjean, the owner of R8G, and their pro sim driver is Ulos Ozilodrom, I think you say, from Turkey.
I'll hand that one to you then, when it comes round to it.
Romain has been struggling quite a lot to get to grips with the Sebring circuit, and Matthias Besch here. Well, the two of them are on completely different racing lines, and actually they're not really racing each other, because Rocket are a whole lap down, so Besch is probably better off letting him through and going, how do you do this? How do you get around this circuit? Because clearly Matthias struggling with the
Christian, here I am.
Sorry guys, each other. BMW team
had to move away for a bit.
Much from them, but it seems they have now closed down BS competition, and likewise Proton Coanda have closed down SF Velas as well in GT.
Oh, Velas is wide. Velas very, very wide there as we cut to them.
It's about for second. So the chase has been complete, and Sim Maranello with that have a 2.7 lead, and that could be extended as these two look like they're about to go to wars. And in the background you can see BMW Team Redline now on the back of BS competition, and we're 2 laps away from potentially seeing our first pit stops of this race.
ARC Bratislava is the LMP car that will be trying to get past these 2 GTE cars right now. They've got Thomas Enger as their pro driver. Yes, he must be around 50 years old, I imagine now. Enger was in Formula 3000 back in the early 2000s.
That's how the move there. That's Pro Drive fighting away with R8G, is it? Yes, side by side.
Yeah, so that's for 8th position at the moment.
On what is a bruised car, I think we can say.
Yeah, the pace of that 888 then really
I think we're about to see a move. Here we go. Is it going to be into the hairpin? Pro Drive lining this one up potentially. Not quite close enough just yet. Covered off by R8G.
I can see what you would like as
but look at the Ferrari's acceleration when it goes, and it's just building a gap.
That's karting for you, though.
Full on lunge.
That's what you were. You must have been like that as well, right?
I never did any lunging.
No.
That's why my knees are so. No. I was very, very polite. Very polite. Well, just didn't
After you.
I just defended because I was never actually attacking. No fast enough to attack.
Oh no.
Air Canada, I'm not sure whether they will bring the LMH. They will surely have the LMP2.
Must be compromised,
But
especially
yeah, it will be
going down the
interesting
straight
to
that
see
hit.
what
So
happens
really
with the
the
series for
Aston
next
Martin
year.
will be able to breeze through. This though, a change.
This will
for
be a move,
second.
even for you, Ben. This will be a move.
Yes, down the inside, the Porsche has the inside line, has better speed, claims the apex, and Charlie Collins moves himself up into second position as we're halfway through the first stint of the GTE field. They'll be pitting at the end of the hour, and now ProDrive finds himself on the outside line, which will be less easy to complete.
Switchback maybe coming up. Here we go. Down the inside.
Bonk.
Have some of that. Look at that. Oh dear. ProDrive. Well, that one's going to be frowned upon, isn't it? And it's not done either of them any favours at all, because the 88 says thank you very much and gains 2 places and a lot of time with it.
I mean, block passes work if you're on a hairpin, not when you're going through a corner.
Yeah.
Fifth gear faster, sweeping right-hander.
Yeah, the corner went
I'm pretty
past
sure that
them.
Fire needs to give that up.
Oh dear.
I'd be surprised if not.
Not necessarily the ideal situation, because they've lost a couple of seconds, haven't they?
Christian, I'm going to drive this
you
race.
Can see it coming from
We'll just
couldn't you? It was,
take a little bit of time.
An impatient move, I think, there from ProDrive. Satellite, that's not a scheduled pit stop.
No.
They should be going to at least 33 laps, and their home race has not got off to a good start.
They are on the alternative strategy as well. They were on the medium tyres,
Yes,
so trying to go longer.
JT, it's
not shorter.
David and Rojek driving it right now.
Well, that rather
What
bizarre move.
does Triple Eight do now next time we get to Sunset? Does it do the same thing and maybe go a little bit closer to the wall?
The difficulty is they're going to have to keep running.
P1 Esport will say, just return the favour for us, please, and I'll gain 2 places.
You know, ideally, Risto Capit's going to want to go into the pits and get that car fixed.
Isn't the Triple Eight the car that smashed into that LMP car?
Ah.
How could
So they
you
most
do
likely
that
have
with a strategy? You can't really, can you?
damage.
Stops going
So
on as well. We've got Yas Heat on the alternative strategy in Brabham.
okay, so yes,
Pescarolo,
Heat from P12 is
rFactor.
in.
So first round of pit stops are taking place.
Oh, a little bit of traffic here inside the top 10.
Too much,
Lights
not
are
enough.
flashing.
Thank
Still haven't
you
worked out if
for
flashing
the
lights really
subscription
have
on the
same
YouTube
effect
channel.
in the virtual world to the real world.
Yeah, this has just been a change of position here as well. RAG, after losing after that little moment with the number 4 car, now got back past the 444 car.
So they got back past the 444 car.
Yes.
They've still got to try and get back up to Simoncic in the 4 car, which is where they were.
And that's,
Yeah, see, we lost the spot.
that's a battle we do want to watch when that happens.
Yeah. Although it all might change around, because with pit stops due for our LMP cars, then the variations on strategy begin.
I'll be interested to see our leaders in, actually. Josh Rogers has just entered the pit lane. It will be interesting to see what the gaps are when they return from it. Are we seeing some of the guys behind just go on be a little bit more conservative, or is Josh Rogers just absolutely nailing this as we look at Simpson versus
Porsche
Oracle
Coanda
Rebel
still
Racing?
stayed out with the young.
23 in, but crucially the 20 not in. Here's what happened to
Yeah, it's fine.
Satellite and the reason why they were in the pits. So just trying to stay out of
keep
the
it up.
way of rFactor and
Oh. For a second there, I thought they got shoved into the pit lane.
They nearly made it, didn't they?
Yeah.
I think I might have turned in. Just go right. Maybe I could spin into the pits.
know.
That'd be much better.
That's somewhere in the rules
crucially,
that this could happen. Not sure.
Our leading LMP cars into the pits, apart from the
ban.
5 Williams Esports car and the 20 Porsche Coanda. Slightly different strategy from the 2 Coanda machines.
Now they need to do 4 22-lap stints and 2
B1 Big Odd,
23-lap stints.
Thank you for the follow and
what we
welcome to the
expect
race. So
from
we just did the pit stop.
From the prototype
Now
categories.
rejoining
And
track.
maybe we're seeing Porsche Coanda get that 23-lap stint out the way first, or one of those out the way first.
Oh, Simpson tried to shut the door there, but there was a Red Bull Porsche on the inside of them, and so that is a change for position. Up to 6th spot then for Oracle Red Bull, and passing all of the LMP cars coming out of pit lane.
And it seems the gap between the 23 and the
Yes,
number 1
we
car
know
is
that this
actually
would happen.
even bigger after their pit stops. It's gone up to 8.3 seconds, and Team
It's
Redline
fine,
are
we
actually
got
under pressure
12
from the
more points
63
left.
Mercedes. So Mercedes going very well in their first stint and through the first pit stop as their on-track leader comes in now.
Well, let's not forget that if you've saved a bit of fuel, then your pit stop is a little bit shorter, and you can close gaps by doing so. Here is the number 20 machine.
The race is alright.
That is not
It's
the number 20
okay, it could be
machine.
worse.
That's
That's the 23 that is pitted, and Josh Rogers has stayed aboard that car. Mitch Dion is in pit lane. So let's see what happens. We would certainly expect for Josh Rogers to claim the lead back again, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
But where will the 23 car come out in relation to Redline and AMG? Was AMG the one that had a faster pit stop, or did Redline have a slow pit stop? The Coanda Porsche pit stop will tell us.
Yeah, so the gap was 6.5 seconds when they came into the pits. Let's see what happens now. It's already heading down the pit lane exit, is it? Here we go. So here comes Rogers, and there you can see to the left of screen. So the gap is going to be maybe even bigger.
Let's see what happens though for second position. Where is Redline? Where is AMG? Nowhere to be seen. Okay, so the gaps are growing. It was a slow pit stop, therefore we can deduce from Team Redline. And they've fallen into the clutches of the AMG Petronas car. Bono Huis is driving that car. I think has been driving that car since the start.
Yes, he
Yeah,
has.
dozens. That
to
is
start.
the key
So,
element why we were
Bono
not
now
racing LMV this
chasing
week.
down the Team Redline car. The gap just over a second. There they are. We can see them on screen. Battle for 3rd place. And what a fantastic start to the race for Porsche Coanda. 1 and 2. A gap of over 6 seconds. So it was roughly a similar pit stop for the 23 and the 20. But slow pit stops, as you said, Ben, for the number 1 car. And a quick pit stop for the number 63.
We've only seen the Porsche Coanda cars, generally, the 2 of them, only once on the podium, haven't we?
Yeah, so I mean, after pole position, it didn't really work out for them. So this would be a fantastic result for them if they could go and take a 1-2 finish here, particularly as we're about to go into that.
You mean at Sebring or
race. It
in
would give them
Road
a
Atlanta?
chance to go and fight for the championship.
It's so much pressure on these guys. Yes, they are sim racers, but
I'm not even sure if I'm going to do a race tomorrow.
To Porsche, with Porsche coming back to WEC and the Le Mans 24 Hours for the centenary year next year. There's a tension on them as sim drivers, on what they are doing in the Le Mans Virtual. Wouldn't it be amazing for Porsche on their return to the real world Le Mans to win the Le Mans Virtual at the start of the year? We're expecting to learn the livery of that hypercar through the Le Mans Virtual. That's the rumours, and so there'll be huge marketing attention on those guys. And whilst it hasn't been a great series for them, if they can get this one and build that momentum through Christmas into the new year, then that really, really would be quite a story. And it would really blur that line between real and virtual even more than the Le Mans Virtual Series already does.
Now it looks like we're about to see Panis Racing. We did mention earlier that holding on to a 7th place was going to be difficult because of these two
and
teams.
it's finally on the verge.
Second in the championship and the fastest car in qualifying. And I think that pressure could be about to get to them as we were about to go down to the hairpin there. It seemed Van will burst. We're looking to line up a move. This is the Marla car. It's been a difficult start to the race for them. They're trying to put in a move on P1 Esport, but Panis Racing under all sorts of pressure here. The Floyd Van Will burst car, if it doesn't make a move, that it will be passed by RHG possibly.
Yeah, absolutely. Both the 4 and the 8.
This is round 2, isn't it, between these two as well? So Panis Racing might almost just want to move aside here.
The 2 of them, very, very quick cars.
Yeah, and it's close though.
And this is a lot for Fabien Leberge to deal with. Coming on to the back straight. I thought he was actually moving out the way there, but it wasn't quite the space.
Vianney
Now,
has a great
how much
lunge.
slipstream does an LMP car give out? We're about to find out down the Ulm
Not
straight.
enough.
A double
Not enough.
slipstream for the RHG car, third of our group. Doesn't seem to be massive effect, does it?
No.
Close to none, yeah.
No, it's not close enough to make a move. We're not going to see a repeat of what we saw at this corner in a different
This
category
time around,
area.
though, on
And,
on
sensibly
into
they
turn
all
1 we
out.
go.
Maybe into turn 1. That was great momentum.
Yes,
from
Järni, let's go.
Turn through Sunset Bend has a great overlap into turn 1, claims the position, and now the secret will be for RHG to follow through, and they do.
Yeah, Panis Racing, they're not fighting that one too hard. Fantastic driving from Floyd Van Wilburst, and RHG were just in the right place at the right time there to go and collect the 8th place that was on a plate for them. Panis Racing now can just slot in behind
car ahead
these
is
two
struggling
and go
now,
with them. They're
so
going to go chasing
good
after
chance to
Team
make up spot
Redline,
there.
the second of the Team Redline cars there in 6th place.
I don't know if
Perfect lesson
Nicolini
on
is
how to
racing.
overtake, isn't it,
Yeah.
through Sunset Bend. Had no extra momentum into the turn, but just set themselves up better as they now get onto the tail of the satellite Aston Martin with that damage and cleanly get through.
I tell you what, just as this battle now, you can see is just calming down slightly as Floyd Van Wilburst. It's very close. Oh, is that satellite going off into the grass there in the background, so. Wasn't it? You can see SF Velas Esports are under all sorts of pressure from BS
Gingy is just
competition
so
and
much
BMW
faster.
Team Redline as well. So another three-way battle going on at the head of the field in GTE, but Floyd Van Wilburst now will try and set after Team Redline and see if they can get after them.
We're going to see here Veloce in the 20th position.
Oh
dear, getting very excited on the throttle on their soft tyres and looping it around. Now the question is, are those new or are those used softs? Because that for me is a very either old soft tyres or cold soft tyres to cause that kind of a looping mistake. Sure, presumably Gillinson is still aboard that car. Isaac Gillinson was driving it before. No, he's not. So Sandy Mitchell is driving that car. So that's their pro driver.
Yeah, that's got to be a very worn, soft set of tyres, isn't it? I mean, they're probably better off now
for
switching
pushing
over to the
RHG off the track to drive.
Yeah, usually if you change tyres, you change driver. So that would suggest, considering they've had a driver change, would suggest they've changed those tyres as well. There's a new softs.
What it is then, if they're going for the alternative strategy, they have to push very hard to make up the time, and maybe that's just the tyres that haven't really got up to their full temperature yet.
Yeah, because they were also up in the top 10, weren't they, before the pit stops, and they're now down in 20th position. Sandy did not lose a massive amount of time there, but ultimately, right, pit stops for the GTE category. SF Velas, the first car to pit, and we are not even an hour into this race. That's an early stop for Ferrari.
That's an incredibly early stop. That's
That is way
6
too early,
laps sooner
actually.
than what we expected.
Unless they are
need
on
to
a
get to the
completely
hour,
different
at least
strat.
58 minutes. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're running at the front
that's
somewhere,
a
right?
really early stop for SF Velas.
Goes on to the jacks as well, so...
I don't know if they've had some sort of problem there, but very, very early.
David Mrozek is in the car, me and Josh Skelton.
Second for so long in GTE. Still Sim Marinello leading the GTE category as we now look at the battle for 11th position.
Well, that releases BS Competition and BMW Team Redline into 3rd and 4th. They're still very close together, and Yasik Veloce are now trying to get a place back here from RHG, and they're going to go down the inside on what are going to be fresh soft tyres, and that will be easy as you like. So Yasik Veloce trying to make up some places. Oh, we're going to see Kevin Siggy
Mickey
about to make
TNT
his
44.
first
Thank
proper
you for the
move
follow and
since
welcome
dropping
to
back
the stream.
at the start.
So
as
28
well,
laps
I
into the
wonder.
race.
Right behind Ibrahim
That
Khan
means 60 to
in
go till we
GTEs,
get into the
plenty of
car.
battles going
Roughly
on.
half an hour. So
throughout
stay
the,
tuned. It's not going to be
prototype field,
long.
this being just one of them.
Still we're on
Gap
duty.
between the two Porsches at the head of the field, still 6.5 seconds. Floyd Van Wilburst are 2.2 back from Team Redline after they made that move on Panis Racing, and they are still close company with RHG the number 8 car as well. This is one of the other RHGs. Here they are.
Turn 7 Racing, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're trying to go faster, of course.
Team Redline
We're always
1.7
pushing
now ahead, so the gap is definitely coming down. And here we go. This is the battle for 3rd place then in GTE. BMW Team Redline right behind BS Competition. And it must be fuel-saving mode here for Kevin Siggy, because he hasn't really made any impact on this race since he has dropped back at the start.
Well, if you can only do 50 minutes in a Ferrari, and we are seeing Porsches, both Coanda cars.
Yeah, Turn 7 Racing, it really does.
There is a real strategic element to the GTE field. We thought it was just
make
4
rFactor
full
2
stints,
look as
but
great
actually,
as it can be.
if they can only do 50 minutes, they need to stretch it. And maybe this is what we're seeing from BMW Team Redline. The reason why we haven't seen a big push and Kevin Siggy getting straight back to the head of the field. Ferrari has decided to go hard and fast, whereas BMW in cruisy mode.
Yep, you might be exactly right there. If we see them get to 33, 34 laps, then they'll be on track for.
Of course, there are some downsides here and there, but
as for the others, then it might see an extra pit stop that they really don't
mega
need
progress
and
so
can't
far.
afford. And that might put BMW Team Redline.
GTE has a lot of slipstream, whilst the P2 nearly has none. I mean, just look at those two now. BMW ahead to the BMW behind. They keep up the graphics onto the back straight.
Happy enough just to
look
sit
at
behind Ibrahim Khan and continue to save fuel.
They are now identically
Well,
quick.
let's have a look at the telemetry. That always gives us a good indication of whether
But
they're
that
doing
is the
fuel
draft
saving.
now.
At the
Look
end
at
of
it,
the stop,
250.
the straight, sorry, they'll come off the throttle.
4.
There we go.
Yeah, but okay.
is.
Siggy is obviously lifting,
Not a massive amount.
No.
but I guess Siggy is indeed on an
neither coming
economy
to the
run.
pits though. So
What's their pace like?
Bodino, thank you for the follow and welcome.
Said, so that Ferrari
Yeah, the
is
LMP2
still
is close to
Simsa,
no
they're
slipstream
still
whatsoever.
So last lap for the Ferrari ahead of field, 1:59.3. BMW is doing exactly the same times, even though they might be fuel saving. SFLS have come back out onto circuit down in 13th in class. We're about to see what they can do on their first lap out stops. There is.
Yeah, someone said it's like
extending
it's
their lead
still
as
too
well.
much
No, over 7
slipstream.
seconds
That, like
and
in real
6.5.
life, they have even less slipstream. Like literally can't
Fantastic
believe it.
first stint here for
whatever.
Maranello.
Oh, this is not good news though for the LMP car that's trying to get past our 2 GTE competitors. Where is it? There he finally goes around the outside. But is that the Panis car getting a bit caught up there? There is Kevin Siggy's moustache.
D-Station are into the pits and more racing knowledge.
Presumably Ziggy here is in the Redline offices, because there's far too many seats there for him to have at home.
Yeah, I'd assume so. One for each stint.
Yeah, gets a bit sweaty. You can move on to the next one.
But D-Station in the Aston Martin come into the pits. SFLS have just done the fastest lap of the race as well.
On the soft,
pushing very hard now.
Okay, so that's a 57.
That, to be honest.
So that's 2 seconds faster than what the BMWs are doing right now. So they are going hard and fast, aren't they? It's clear. The BMWs potentially could do faster. They've obviously
the great
done
indoors were running
minutes,
forward the number 444
tyres, so
next to
they don't
Fun
have
Low
the
Burst
best,
team,
compound
currently sitting
to push
P9.
hard on. And now we've got the lead of the race coming to pass them once more. Looks like Josh Rogers putting another lap on the 2 BMWs.
Yep. One more round they go.
Fascinating stuff. And now we're seeing also the Coanda cars in GTE starting to push as well, lighting up the timing screens on their new tyres, full of fuel, so heavy. But Charlie Collins in the 77, fastest man out on circuit right now.
And this is P1 Esport versus Marla. So 27 laps down for Sim Maranello. Still, really, we expect another 5 or 6 at least to go for them before they come in. And this is Marla versus P1 Esports. 2 teams yet to come in as well. So with that, they've been sneaking through the order. Marla in particular, has to be said, they were right at the back at one stage, but they now find themselves in 8th position.
Now, what I'm curious to see is whether BMW can stretch their fuel enough to get themselves to the full hour mark.
Matthew,
There
our
is a
stint
drive
is
to penalty
in
for the Pro Drive 95 car.
roughly
causing
25
a collision
minutes.
with 888. That was R8G, and here is the collision. Into sunset. I mean, it wasn't really a collision, more than just a
Bang.
bit of a weird one. But anyway, drive to penalty for them. Big penalty for that. No damage really would have been caused by the two cars, but anyway, that's a big penalty. And a bit of a gap now between the red line and BS competition BMWs as the red line number 1 carves through in 3rd position. Yes, I want to see. The aim surely here is for the BMWs to get to the hour, and if they can get to the hour, then they do one less stop than everybody else in GTE that's doing. They'll need to do a splash and dash.
Why would they?
Because they're losing 1.5 to 2 seconds per lap right now.
We're almost there, aren't we?
Oh wait, let me see.
And the pit lane is not particularly long here at Sebring, so you're not going to lose a huge amount of time.
Is it really just 4 hours?
The pit stops were for the GT category 1 minute and 20 seconds, but that was including a full service. So a splash and dash is 40 seconds. So you need 20 laps.
Oh yeah, it's even
for
less
doing
than
2
4
seconds
hours.
a lap.
So yeah, but the Ferraris are usually the cars that surely make it to the hour. Not
to fight 20 laps at 2 seconds a lap faster is what they need to do that one
usually.
less pit stop. Sorry, one more pit stop.
Makes it an intriguing race.
Suddenly does. Again, Lewis's strategy, complete rubbish.
I'll let him explain himself in about 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, exactly.
When he comes in.
I'll bash him for the next 3 minutes and then scarf her. Number 8, 7th position, R8G here, running a little bit wide, catching up. Oh! And that from 7th position, Martin Chinchik. Now, Martin Chinchik was racing the
Chinchik had a mega moment this lap.
Where's the Van Wall number 4? Simoncic down in 14th position. What has happened to Simoncic? Simoncic changed tyres. So Simoncic is on a new set of tyres, down in 14th in the Floyd Van Wall Burst. He is the only LMP car that I can see, other than the Yas Heat car, that changed tyres.
We had the penalty, not new tyres.
Yas Heat changed on that because they're on softs. Now, but he's on mediums. If that's the number 4, yes, it is number 4. So they've completely done a different thing here. Simoncic has changed from mediums to mediums, and he's put himself out of sync with everybody else.
They've been in twice.
No.
They've been in twice, haven't they? So did they get a...
Yes, they did get a penalty.
They've had a drive-through penalty.
They've had a drive-through.
Yes, they have been in twice.
Yeah.
So why have they had
Their last stop was only 30 seconds.
Oh, there we go. Pushing us off the track. Number 8 has...
so that was for the incident coming down towards Centre.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So
they did get a drive-through penalty for that little squeeze that cost them a bit of time.
Yeah. BS competition come in to the pits. Meanwhile,
David in P9 is only 8
GTE.
seconds of the P5 car.
So as we are pretty much at the hour now,
there is
I'd say it's
potential.
pretty much it's safe now for everyone to come in and be on track in GTE to make it to the end, or at least it should be.
Yeah, turn 7 racing is
so
also a big
the 1
amount
minute
of stress,
40
but you need to just keep working hard, and then eventually you can do it.
But Simoncic's drive-through penalty cost him 32 seconds.
And there are BS competition now leaving the pit lane.
They haven't made the hour quite, though, have they?
58 minutes with a start with a warm-up lap. I'd say is okay.
Wow. They're going to have to work harder at it, because the 26 Ferrari is still out there with an 8-second lead. Siggy in second and Kazdorp in third, still to pit.
Well, let's take a look back at what happened in the first hour of the race then. 500 miles kicked off with the Team Redline and Porsche cars at the head of the field in the prototype. We had an instant Mexico Racing Team going into the back of Pescarolo, who went into the back then of the Rocket Simsport car. They lost their rear wing. Mexico Racing Team would receive a drive-through penalty for it. Rocket Simsport, with no rear wing, would find themselves spinning round before we even reached the first corner. Behind that then, in the GTE, Sim Maranello would lead the way with BMW Team Redline, who immediately came under pressure and dropped to 5th. That was when we saw Proton trying to get down the inside of Simsa, and we had Oracle Red Bull Racing trying to do similar things a little bit further back. This was a real feisty battle, which would see Red Bull Racing and going briefly off onto the grass. This was the Proton Commander as the battle continued in that 88 car, going down the inside of the 111 P1 Esport car.
Yeah, that was a big squeeze.
Getting past the
I wonder, like, they should have got a penalty for that too, if our car got a penalty for
would drive onto the grass
Chinchik
instead
thing.
of onto the track.
That was interesting though.
They found themselves facing the wrong way. 888 would say,
Or
what are you
GTE.
doing there? And would go straight into them with nowhere else to go. Fordzilla would come into the pit lane with damage, and we would have a 888 car that would definitely be carrying a little bit of damage to it as well. Pro Drive would then attempt to make a ambitious move into Sunset Bend, sold the dummy, got on the brakes hard, but unfortunately couldn't get the car stopped, and that almost saw them and the 888 car going straight into the barriers. The 88 said thank you very much and took 2 places and went up the order. Satellite were almost pushed into the pit lane there and found themselves going straight into the barriers, and that would see them having to go into the pit lane. A home race which just hasn't gone well for them at all so far. Yassine Faloche out the pit lane, unfortunately would have to spin on a fresh set of tyres straight away and would get going safely, but a lot of work for them to do.
Then Chinchiki, like, how did he not completely
who had
die?
a moment coming out of turn 1, but would be able to rescue
Absolutely
the car
insane.
and keep going again. And that has been what has been a pretty hectic first hour, but out front, not so much for Porsche Coanda. A great start to the race for them.
So look, we're
8.5
quite
seconds
close.
clear
Actually, it's just
of the
5
number
seconds
20.
now
Team Redline
in
in
P9.
third, then the AMG cars come after that. A little bit further down, we are in the pit stops in GTEs, so it is Marla who currently lead, but we are seeing plenty of pit stops going on so far. Some made it to the hour. Sim Maranello were our leaders when it happened. BMW Team Redline, one of the teams in chase with BS competition. And as Ben Constanduras leaves for a break, coming in
The 9
to
more
start
laps
his
means I get
3-hour
coffee
stint,
and
Lewis
get ready.
McGlade. Welcome, Lewis. What have you made of the first hour then?
Yeah, I mean, people are going to get very bored about my voice. I'm afraid.
Well,
no,
they're going to be bored of mine in about, well,
Let's
They
get
already
prepared.
are.
they already are, yeah, so
no,
there we go. It's already started.
It's been an interesting start. I mean, that race started in LMP was a little bit too much. Obviously, just your misjudgments and whatnot can happen around here. You always want to get that jump down into the first corner. A few too many instants in the opening hour. We've seen a bit too much of it, but interesting strategy, which we're seeing. For the most part in LMP, everything's kind of running to the number that was expected. In GTE, though, obviously SFLS, after taking over that race, is because they've made an earlier pit stop, and curious to see how that one is going to play out. You can see the battle between the number 2 RHG Team Redline versus the number 8 RHGs, which were very fast yesterday on the bit of the recovery drive.
Yes, they were. Team Redline, we are watching now. I have to ask you.
Oh no.
Don't worry, it's not going to be. What have you made of SFLS coming into the pits early? And they weren't the only ones to do it. Proton. What do we think is going on there? Is this just an aggressive strategy from them?
Yeah, they're going for 4 stops, 5 stints. Normally the GTEs we're expecting them to make 4 stints. They're going to be in the pit lane 3 times throughout the race, is the expectation on the end of hour 1, hour 2, hour 3, which is after about 33 or 34 laps, basically, which should be more than possible. However, SFLS are attacking this in something completely different. I'm
Seems a bit strange for a team that was running in the top two positions.
But then why were they running in the top 2 positions? Was it because of the speed? Because they would have had less fuel in the car.
That's why they were very aggressive at the start.
Exactly. It's kind of like it's a strategy which can work. It's a strategy which is very easy to say at this point is a silly idea. It's an aggressive idea, but this is an aggressive race, right? This really, really is. It's 4 hours, 500 miles. It is absolutely brutal with the bumps, with the way the race goes, with how brutal this track is generally, and you've got to race the track as much as your other competitors. So, yeah, it could work.
For a team that started third, it seemed a strange call, but they are the experts in the cars, and it makes, I'll tell you what, it makes for a very interesting race, doesn't it, too? We always love to see, oh, there we go. Is that Pescarolo side by side
Axel.
with, Axel. Haven't seen much of Axel in this race, but we will do now, and they make a move for 17th place. Just about saved the car, though.
My goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, coming up through
Le Mans.
up through Bishop, up towards Le Mans. I mean, it's a risky part of the track. It's a great overtaking opportunity if you're brave enough. But of course, anyone will remember the World Endurance Championship here earlier on in the year, they'll remember Lopez's crash going into Bishop. It's a risky corner. A bit of a lock up there coming down into Sunset from the 79 axle. That is so easy to do over those bumps. You're turning, you're resting it down on the brake pedal, and it can be sometimes a little bit too much. It's the battle for the race lead. If you're going to ask me about one car that's been looking very, very impressive today, I've got to say that 77 has been looking very, very fast indeed. Collins behind the wheel. They're on the aggressive strategy as well, aren't they?
Yes, both the Protons came in.
Yeah.
So these guys really should just work together now. I mean, they won't do themselves any favours fighting with each other. So we're out of sync, aren't we, in the order here? SF Bellas and Proton are leading, but we expect them to be in the pits one more time. So at some stage, they're going to drop back and are going to be the ones chasing. And that will be towards the end of the race. It looks like the AMG cars have done well strategy-wise as well, particularly the Petronas 63 car. Really closed the gap to Team Redline and has kept that gap at 1.5 seconds ever since. So great performance from them so far, and on to fight for a podium.
Yeah, when we speak of recovery drives, realistically the 63 AMG Team Petronas Esports has been on a recovery drive for the season. Started out without being classified even in the first round after some issues during the race. Then they finished in 8th, and then of course they won the last round, looking to move their way up. But don't forget AMG Team Williams won in 5th position. They did win this race last year, which put them into championship contention, a championship which they did not win, and they missed out by the most painful of margins.
Remind
it
us.
was half a point. That is, again, brutal. They took it very well, bless them. But they'll want to come back, they'll want to win, obviously.
Here we can see this is the battle for 5th place, RHG Redline, and ahead of that is AMG Williams. So we ride on board with 7th place, and RHG, the car that initially qualified on pole position here. Can it get some places? It's I'd say taking a patient approach to the race so far. Porsches look very hard to beat today. 1 and 2 for them. You wouldn't expect that. They've only got one podium between them, which came with a 3rd place at round number 2 for the 23 car, which leads the way so far. None for the number 20, but that could be about to change. That said, that is ahead in the championship after a very consistent season in the top 5 in all 3 rounds so far. Here we watch the RHG car, though, the number 8. After being very quick yesterday, it looks like it's getting a little bit closer to making a move here, but Team Redline does have the toe of the AMG Williams car ahead, and that seems to just be keeping RHG at bay so far.
Yeah, Brzezinski was way out wide going through Sunset and is struggling a little bit. Back to the battle between Collins and Stoltz. So at the front of the GTE
The great
field,
indoors, I think it's 8 or 9 years, 10 years
Wow.
even.
The gaps one way, or it might not have been Williams, it might have been potentially even the Alpine. It certainly was. I just saw blue and was like, boom. But no, completely wrong there. Battle for the race lead, though,
Now,
in GTE.
Now, Sim Marinello are going quicker than the 2 leaders.
Which I don't know if they would have changed tyres on that stop or what they would have done. But obviously they would have done something slightly different in the pit. I believe they would have still taken tyres. They're not as far out ahead as I would expect. So I'm not 100% sure as to why they're struggling on pace right now.
Sim Maranello are the quicker team, 158. Marla are the quickest team last time round, 158.1. Brilliant lap from them.
Who's behind them?
D'Alessandro is in the car for them, who qualified for them yesterday.
Plenty fast enough driver on rFactor 2. Again, normally in open wheels, but still, you can wrestle around a GT. They did get used to driving the LMP last year, didn't they?
Yes.
Before moving into the GTE category, which I think I've got to say is a wise call, because obviously Marla and this are run by BS Competition. For BS Competition to then have 2 cars in the GTE category rather than spreading themselves out between GTE and LMP, I think it's a very wise call.
Makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? Now, it looks like Panis Racing Team, unfortunately, are going to be in danger of losing another place here. They're coming under attack from Next View Van will burst, and that is for 8th position. Panis Racing Team trying to hang on to a top 10 finish, or a top 10 place. We're far from the finish of this race. But Next View Van will burst in the 444 right behind them. This is for the battle for the lead in GTE, but I don't really... Are we going to see a battle between these two, or are they going to work together? The 77 is going to go for a battle down the inside at Sunset Bend, and Proton Coanda take the lead in GTE. Right now it's over to SF Velas to try and respond, Lewis.
I mean, Casper Stoltz is so experienced in the world of sim racing. I think he's going to play this one very, very wise and potentially...
The move, mate. The camera angle scared the crap out of me for a second. Okay. I don't know why the Race Lab app doesn't show up for you guys. See, maybe I can find out. There we go. I haven't looked close enough, to be honest. Anyway, brilliant job to get that 8th. I think I have the sound bug. It's 3 laps, right?
inside, but not quite able to get through. And all of this playing into the hands of Jakub Brzezinski in that AMG Williams car. He is streaked clear by well over a second of these two now.
There's Chinchik, you can see on your screen a little bit wide there from Pinto. Big oversteer there from Chinchik. I mean, he knows how to wrestle this car. I did commentate once where there was a higher category than LMP. Read into it what you will, what the category was in a league, and he was in an LMP 2, obviously known as the LMP category, but same car, but in that being the second category of the race, and in the wet was actually challenging for the overall race lead in this car. That is how good he is in this. That was when he was racing for Varga Sim Racing, the nature of how that race went. Alas, in this scenario, I think they will be able to catch back up to AMG Team Williams. I don't think it will be a major drama right now, because I think that Brzezinski, I think he's struggling a bit. Maybe it's tyres. I mean, it's not the hardest tyre wear circuit track in the world, but you can overdo it quite easily around here. Typically, it's a little bit warm in Sebring.
I don't know if something happened to Alpine there, but it seems like they lost a place in a bit of time.
Yep, turn 7 racing
as well.
Up next.
They've now dropped down to 14th.
Zorek, thank you for joining. Welcome.
Not quite the team that we saw at Spa, are they? That were the team that I think we talked about more than anyone else that time. That round, they were the ones playing the alternative strategy. They were on the attack all race.
Thank you guys,
so
appreciate
many
it.
Overtakes. And Alpine are very quiet this weekend. Hopefully for them, they can, when we get to their home race at Le Mans, they can be back to their Spa 4.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, Roy McDuff did the first ever Le Mans virtual. So we'll see him again in this one, making it 3 for 3.
This is Jas Heat getting down at the inside of. Let's have a look. That's a place.
Yeah, much better this time. I'm set. Understood. Can I put the audio ready already, or I want to still be muted for the moment? I mean stream-wise, you're not here on the stream right now. Yeah, okay. Of course, I'm about to get into the car this lap. Understood. I will check. I will unmute the chat on the stream then. Monte Cavallo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Remember to observe the vehicles in the mirror now.
Yeah. I'm already focused on it.
No worries.
Oh,
There's one coming.
No, we'll be fine.
Okay, yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Pit exit clear. Go, go.
No pen,
No pen?
no cut.
Okay. Okay, no, never mind.
Not touch the curb, yeah.
I did.
I have the repair damage as well.
Well, don't worry about it. Car is okay.
Yes, Beneke is racing here. That GT is gonna hurt. Yeah, pace is looking alright, generally speaking. That one's gonna hurt me hard. F. Lovely track. Yeah, that is traffic. Sometimes good, sometimes hyper shit. It's a bit annoying, these traffics, like, they've costed us 2 seconds now. maximum push. Oh no. Yeah, you guys know what's coming. So I need to sweep around this Ferrari though. Yeah, that could have been way worse indeed. Well, I just can't extract the pace. Although lapping low 46s isn't bad, but yeah.
Are you doing the field target?
Yeah.
Then the pace is very good.
It's not for +1, right? It's the standard length.
I think it is. But we can switch it. Your second one then needs to be... Let me check. Yes, so this one should be +1, but you can just do the second one. Okay. So
Easier to hit the target there anyway.
what's that?
Easier to hit the target there anyway in the second. Ah! Hug! Man, I hate the car just swinging around on the exit of the stupid hairpin. Like, how much traction control do you need to not have the rear slip?
Yeah, I know. Something has changed with the car since the last race.
Just can't run the pace. Thank you, Risto. Appreciated the gap. Ah, for God's sake. Ah, nice traffic jungle. That's going to be simply lovely. Hey! Are you serious? Oh. Oh. Why would you not do it on a straight? Oh Mann, echt. I'm simply doing too many mistakes. Tragedy. JT Hagar, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Fuck's sake, stop doing the mistakes. Car doesn't turn into this turn. Car is much more unstable. I just can't get the speed down. Tragedy. I don't know where I have to miraculously dive a GTE to get out of this traffic spiral. Probably stop fucking up in the corners is the best way to do it. I lost at least 3 seconds due to own stupid mistakes. Rühr ich rasch aus. Here comes the GTE to be dived. Track is much slower. Or I'm just lacking 3/10.
I think last few laps you were just trying too hard.
No, I don't get it. Like for this turn 10, like first hairpin of the second sector, the car just doesn't want to turn right. It just doesn't want to. Going in like super slow there, but I just can't hold the line. SF90, thanks for the follow.
I'll try braking a bit late before.
Rühr ich rasch aus. Ich könnte einfach nur kotzen. Ich könnte einfach nur kotzen. How slow was that in-speed Porsche going into turn 1? Like he broke even before the bridge. Pace looked so strong and now fucking 10 seconds off. It doesn't simply turn. Nah, lap time is too slow. Needs to be half a second quicker. Then let's just not try at all. Just drive. F. Das ist eine Hühnerscheiße, wirklich.
Remember about the fuel target now.
This is where shit driving leads to. You need to let the leader go for a fucking corner. Nice! Another 3 seconds gone. How much luck do you need? Me, yes. Man, I don't know how to get out of this downdraft. Can't wait. Fucking piece of shit. This is one of the worst double stints I've been for the entire week. Just no grip, front doesn't turn, rear snappy. I don't get it. Yeah, let them battle. They're not gonna lose 13 seconds. Where's the pace from last night? Shieldinator, hello. Lower than yesterday. Track should be faster, but I'm not. Last lap was sort of nominal. Still. Hold the command, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm kinda happy. The LMH is a different beast to set up compared to this one. Yeah, guys, if you appreciate the racing, please have a follow on Twitch and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done already. We need the fan boost for some pace. Yes, and smash the like button. That would be the maximum appreciation, of course. Stupid bump. I hate it. A first goal, then 46 in the second stint. Happened to Wisniewski?
I don't know, checking.
He must have spun or something.
Yes, he was off track.
Yeah. Michi, that would have been a free spot for you if you hadn't been so bad. Just off track or potential damage?
He got hit by Carol, but no, I think no damage. He just spun, kind of. Was off track and spun.
So Carol squeezed him off the track.
Hard to say from that angle,
Copy.
but they touched, yes.
Well, Yannick got a penalty for the same kind, so let's hope.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we think it might be a pen.
Understood. Yep, sorry about that. Coleman and Bennett suddenly losing big time. Are they on the soft and they are running out of tire?
Unlikely. Let me check official stream. Maybe they are fighting.
But they lost 4 seconds in the last 2 laps.
Okay, so they are battling really. So yeah, they are on the stream even. And it is a hard battle.
And if I just bottle a bit hard in the stints. Ten to go.
Okay.
Okay.
I think with like 6-7 to go, Josh should join.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Nice. 3 LMPs ahead, fighting for position. What else do you want? And I mean blue flagged LMPs. Not for my own position. Tires are kinda alright.
Josh, remember about checking force feedback multiplier.
I
Yeah,
don't touch it.
It says it's okay.
Okay.
Yep. Six to go. What the hell? Man, if I didn't bottle the first stint, I would be 5th instead of 8th. I commit a crime to myself, really. Box this lap. It's going to be funny. Hope I was fine. Man, if you would have just not been so useless in between. You'd be at least 2 spots up ahead. I'm a bit scared of that unsafe release now. Yeah. Attention, there's a bit of traffic. Stay. Clear. Okay, good luck. Yeah, that was my last stint.
Spa-Francorchamps will be hoping he can do all he can now to try and carry them a little bit up the order.
He did struggle a little bit at Spa, did Spa-Francorchamps, but he is big into his sim racing. I mean, you can see that in the fact that he has 3 cars on this grid. You might think, if you haven't seen the sim racing scene generally, you might think maybe RHG is just a Le Mans virtual only thing, as Spa-Francorchamps just wanted a little bit in it. No, RHG is one of the biggest outfits in sim racing at the moment. Yeah. They are right up there at the front of a whole majority of championships.
Oh, Mist, man, wirklich.
They are a team to keep an eye on. And here on RF2, they are extremely fast, having won some of the biggest championships on the platform, of course, 2 times in the GT Pro Series a couple of years ago, with, of course, Yoski taking the victories in that, beating out Kevin Siggy, by the way. He's a fantastic driver. And then just a whole host of other championships left, right, and centre, recently wrapping up a couple of other crowns. Again, a very, very strong team. It's why I'm shocked by their recovery, and I'm also not shocked by their recovery, because if the team that's going to do it, it's going to be them. Lauren Heinrich then comes into the pit lane in that number 23, our race leader. The 5, Jack Keithley, Quinton Violate in the 65. Of course, the Panis Racing team, the 100 Arnage competition car, Dennis Zetak. Colin Spork also in the pit lane for Alpine. Balash Remenick for Yas Heat Veloce after issues earlier on today. There is Luke Browning. Of course, behind the wheel, jumping in. I think it's the first time I've seen him, certainly, in a team Redline car. You can see got his racing helmet behind him, GD3 champion of this current year, recently signing to join the team Redline outfit. And again, brilliant move, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, fantastic talent in the feeder series world. And as we said, nominated for the Young Driver of the Year. Best of luck to him. We'll find out that result tomorrow and see if he can win that test in a Formula 1 car with Aston Martin. As the car comes back down off the jacks here for Rocket Sim Sport, I think they'll want to see the checkered flag really now. They've have had a bit of a bad day at the office, haven't they? There we can see the number 8 RHG. Still right behind the number 2 Team Redline car. The Porsche Coanda is the last car. The number 20 is the last one really to come in. Right, what's the gap between the 23 and the 1? Mac Backham is in the 23 now for the Porsche Coanda. 39 seconds. We'll wait and see if that's going to come down a little bit. Was there a slow start? 18 seconds. That's still quite a big gap, isn't it?
It's not ideal, I'll say that for free, but yeah, it's not awful. Well, again, there's still plenty of time left in this race, but like I say, I think it's probably a little bit too big. We'll see once it's all settled down.
We need to see what the gap is to this car, though, don't we? Because this is the car that they're closer to, that they were closer to. So a bit of confusion there. Apologies. So let's see what the gap is to the 20. Right, Panis Racing are being passed there by Floyd Van Wilburst for 11th place. The dark green Floyd Van Wilburst car goes by and into 11th place. Jesper Pedersen, who has raced with the team since the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series, goes by and into 11th. Panis Racing clearing some traffic outside of turn number 1. We wait to see the number 20 car return to the track and see exactly where it will be in relation to the likes of Max Verstappen. He is 16 seconds ahead of James Baldwin. Luke Browning, Artur Rougier is in for RHG, Josh Skelton in for Nextview Van Wilburst. Then we have Arne Schoonverlate in the number 62 Brabham. Sammy Matti Trogan is next along for Williams eSport, and Raffaele Marcello, someone who got all the way up to Formula 2. What a top 10 that is. Yeah. Absolutely. And Ayanchen Juven is in the number 20 as well.
Whoa, big move to the
Factory
inside.
Porsche driver, of course. So what a top 10 that is. Job van Uitert in the 65. Roman Grosjean out there in the 18. It really is full of talent. We've got Enger out there in the 44. ARC Bratislava as well. Angus Fender in the 22. Here we go, a little bit side by side.
That was scary at T1, going out a little bit wide. I mean, it was a great move going into the final corner from the Yas Heat Veloce car to take over 16th spot, but very risky into the first.
Now the gap is 7.7 seconds between Ayanchen Juven, who is in the number 20 Porsche Coanda, and Max Verstappen.
Speaking of awards, by the way, someone who might be up for Sim Racer of the Year award. Of course, he's one of the nominated people that everyone's voted for in the Autosport Awards, as well as elsewhere in sim racing. Another small award. But James Baldwin's up there. He's won a lot this year when it comes to over in SRO Esports, of course, the FIA Motorsport Games, as well as the previous round of the Le Mans Virtual Series, the 63, taking that victory. James Baldwin, again, super talent. Another one, like I say, to look at that list is to say absolutely right. Inside that top 10, you think, oh, yeah, okay, that's a top 10 if ever I saw one. Again, it's a top 10 of sim racing and real world drivers that are both like good. To be fair, for most of them, they're both good at both.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean, Raffaele Marciello was a fantastic single-seater racer and has done similar things now in GTs as well. Josh Skelton was a very talented kart racer on the world stage and is now doing great stuff in GTs and is showing that pace in the GT, in the esports world as well. Arthur Rougier, another very quick karter on the world stage, and is now doing stuff on the esports scene as well. Luke Browning, as you said, we've got a GB3 champion. We've got James Baldwin, who raced in British GT after becoming the world's fastest gamer. We've got the 2-time Formula 1 world champion. We've got Ayrton Juven, a very quick Porsche driver. And then Matt Backham out there leading the way. Okay, now Juven is settled down. The gap has stabilised between he and Max Verstappen at around 7 seconds, and we've had a change further back. Williams Esports have gone up to 8th place. Sami Matti-Trogan has gone ahead of Josh Skelton.
I've got to say, as much as we've seen, of course, Luke Browning, our GD3 champion. I know it's obviously from my neck of the woods, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I know he's watching. But Nick Taylor, GB4 champion, fantastic sim racer. Would like to see him out on the grid in this as well. Don't know where they'd end up, but I guess
he should have done the Cup.
Should have. I told him, but he was too busy, as you do. Living that racing life as. Going down a lap once more on the AMG Petronas Esports car that's running in 4th. That's Axel.
I'd like to see him do it too. Then
he's a good lad.
Make a very good driver for the series. Definitely after watching him in GB4 this year, and we can see the number 21 Axel car making its way down the Ullman Straight and towards the final corner.
I want to know what your opinion is of the race length of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Of course, we've got to keep the 24, right? It was discussion last season. It's probably not one they want as an open discussion upstairs, but well, it's a live mic, so tough.
Oh no!
If we're doing 4 rounds, do you think all 4 of them should have different race lengths? Like essentially what we have now, we've got a 4, 6, 8, and a 500 miles. I know 500 miles is a 4-hour race, but still. Or
it's a different kind of race.
Do you think that they should all be like 4-hour races? Because let's be honest, with a 4-hour race, the bad ones are short, and the good ones you want more. Or do you think
different lengths?
I think different lengths, and that's some people don't like
that's
it.
how they do it on the world stage, isn't it? On the World Endurance Championship.
Also, I will still maintain the best race of the season so far was the 8 hours of Bahrain.
Yeah, that was
absolutely stunning.
No, but this Le Mans Virtual Series is a championship which you can't. We have to test these teams, differently each time. An 8-hour race is much different to a 500 miles of Sebring, and that is the different challenge. They have to rip up their strategy books and rewrite them again.
Yeah.
So, and they have to do that every single time. If we gave them the same length every time, it would be quite a straightforward race.
My only issue with 500 miles is that it is a 4-hour race. So it's the same as what we've run out, which is where I'm kind of like, I wonder if we could do something else different. What if this became the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and then this is the 8-hour race that we do, and then the 8-hour race we change to be like 5 or something. An odd-numbered hour, as much as it looks weird on branding and whatnot, a 3 or a 5-hour race, they do look a bit odd, but they are the most unpredictable because they do not conform to standard strategy. And it's what makes them so good, especially if it's like what I was expecting for this. I thought it was going to be about 3.5 hours, which is just terribly awkward for all the drivers. And I like that. Make it awkward.
Well, with your live mic, I think we might be staying on board with Max Verstappen a little while. Now, I'm going to ask you to talk us through a few corners of Sebring here as we make our way down to the hairpin.
Certainly do. Hairpin, of course, coming up towards the Fangio chicane. Great little corners. You use a lot of the dirt and the runoff. You can kind of see it being kicked up by a couple of the cars up ahead. Nice and easy bit. Great to get past traffic coming through Fangio up towards Cunningham before. This is genuinely my favourite bit of this entire track. When you go through Cunningham, obviously a little bit more awkward with the 77 Proton Commander there. Going around Collier, this double apex left-hander before we hook it right and go into Tower Corner. Such a difficult corner, this one, but you watch this. Just watch the brake. breathing off nice and early, you're letting the car roll through tower, back onto the throttle nice and early, and this run up towards Bishop. Not a hard, complicated section this when you're running by yourself. When you've got 2-3 cars around you, it can become a little bit trickier as we head up towards the Le Mans bend and out onto the Almond Straight. It is a fantastic track. So anyone who doesn't agree, tough. We're the commentators, we get to say.
And this is going to be the final corner now coming up to Sunset Bend, one of the most popular corners.
It really is so fun, so tricky. You said before about 1,000 different lines around the corner. It's absolutely right. There's some big bumps. If you take the wrong line, it will bite, and you will go into that barrier on the outside, on the inside. You just go for a spin. It's a corner which you should never ever underestimate. And then T1 as well. We'll just keep our eye on that one. Throw it in. Beautiful corner when you get it right. And then, like I said, great overtaking opportunity. More importantly, it's a good overtaking opportunity around the outside, which is like every time you get a corner where you're like, no, it's better to make a move around the outside, you're like, oh yeah, okay, I like this corner.
Fantastic stuff. Great to have that insight. It's great to ride on board with Max Verstappen, and great to have the insight from yourself there, Lewis, as well, as we watch Max Verstappen now. He's dropped back a little bit with that traffic, so that'll play back into his hands eventually when Juven comes across a similar problem. Artur Rougier is catching Luke Browning. Jesper Pedersen has just passed Raffaele Marcello as well. So we've got battles going on. Brabham are doing very well in this race. They're up P7. Scumbele is going really well. They're only 3 seconds back from the number 8 RHG. This has been a really strong race for the Brabham team. They got P8 in the first race of the season, and they've just gone up into P6. What's happened to RHG in the 8?
Yeah, I think
they've just dropped a couple of places.
I think Rougier's had a bit of a problem here in that 8. Artur Rougier's dropping down the order,
isn't he? So something has happened to the number 8.
I think it's been settled, because I don't think he's dropping any further back, is Rougier, so staying ahead of
he lost 15 seconds through the first sector. There he is.
It's yeah, the car's not moving right. You can tell there's a lot of damage on the front end, and that car is not moving right. You can see it going into tower, the way it was wobbling. Unfortunately, I think the 8's you can see it's kind of crabbing ever so slightly. This is going to be scary. Yeah, no.
That's a real shame. After all the hard work they put in to recover from that grid place drop of 10 places, Artur Rougier unfortunately has had some sort of issue. We're going to take a look at it in just a second, but here we go, Lewis. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, see what happens to Rougier. We're on board with a number 8.
Oh no.
Now that comes across as someone that was looking at something data.
Lapsing
yeah, like I said, when you've got all this data on your screen, sometimes a little bit too much, you don't focus on what you're doing. Probably looking, maybe you have to switch fuel modes, brake bias, anything like that. Artur Rougier is staying out, and you can see that car is going to be impossible to drive. And the thing is, it's probably going to get worse as the tyres wear. You can see how much it's sliding through T1, through T3 there. Don't get me started on American corner numbers. That was the other hill that I'll die on. There's American corner numbers. Turn 1 is turn 1, and then turn 2 is actually turn 3 around here, because of course it is, why wouldn't it be? But yeah, you can see that car is not having a good time with it.
Now we are getting close. Here we can see the Marla car. Some of the standouts for me got to be Marla. P1 Esport are doing absolutely brilliant in this race as well. P1 Esport and Marla have done superb jobs. P1 coming up from P9. Marla started on the back row of the grid in 15th place. They now run in P6. What a superb performance it has been from Marla. They've played the long game, and it's paying off for them so far. There is still some way to go in this, but D'Alessandro is chasing down P1 Esport now. Out front, Porsche Coanda 10 seconds apart. Max Verstappen is dropping back a little bit from those two. And then we have the likes of AMG Team Petronas next along. And that is now almost coming up to 100 laps completed, Lewis.
Yeah, fantastic race it has been. Began in the bright sunshine with a bit of an incident on the race start, a cluster coming into the initial start on that start-finish straight before we even got down into the first corners. A couple of cars being bitten already. The race down to the first corner would happen, and of course in the GTE category, a little bit of side-by-side, a little bit of feisty fisticuffs, but everything was absolutely fine. Fordzilla getting into a little bit of a calamitous affair with some of the GTEs up and over the curbs going into Bishop, being spun round into the path of the number 8 R8G, and the big spin coming out on board with the Triple 8 rather. And a little bit of contact there. Not too bad though. The Triple 8 got away with it. The Fordzilla did not, as ProDrive Fire were battling it out with that Ferrari a bit further down in the GTE standings. A bit too deep on the brakes. The 95 went and out towards the barrier. Thankfully, both of them being saved on that occasion. Bit of contact between rFactor and Satellite that sent them straight out into the barrier. Unfortunately, ending some decent pace they had and giving the 64 a lot more issues in the race. The number 8 had a little bit of wide moment going through the first corner. Marcel Chinchik behind the wheel. By the time he handed over though to his teammate Yuri Toman, things were looking pretty solid for the team. The 44 ARC Bratislava getting into the 88 and then getting into the 22 as well. Straight out of the pit lane, Rocket Simsports went, and the number 44 causing this incident straight into the rear end of that 22, sending them straight out down the escape road at turn 3 and out towards the barrier. Traffic navigation was a big part of the day, and Fordzilla were doing quite well on it until this moment. A bit of a hip check between them and the 101 GR Vector car that sent them sideways going into Cunningham. Then brilliant battle between the 51, of course, the SF Velas car against the Proton Commander. It was on the edge of their seat between them. They were battling over the race lead and then off strategy with everyone down the order. The two AMG cars between Williams and Petronas were switching over a little bit before this incident, as Graham Carroll was to the inside of Nikodem Vishnevsky. A little bit of a pinch from Vishnevsky, who received a warning for it, and a spin for him, unfortunately dropping them off the back of the train, wearing out the tyres ever so slightly, and meaning there's a lot more work to be done. The number 2 versus the number 8. Brilliant battle between these two. We saw time and time again. Couple of little taps between the two, including that one, sending Bennett out a little bit wide, and Yuri Toman hanging on to the position before we saw this. Mexico Racing Team, unfortunately, ahead of literally the entire field that were battling over that 4th position. AMG Petronas managed to just get through. R8G and Redline did not, however, and a couple of squeezes as they were all trying to work their way past the issue. Mexico Racing Team getting a drive-through penalty for that incident. Unfortunately, a lot of people footing the bill on that one. The number 1, Max Verstappen, against Roman Grosjean. The battle of two heavyweights of the motorsport world, and of course a switch. It was all for track position rather than race position though, as Roman Grosjean was put a lap down by the 2-time Formula 1 world champion, who was behind the wheel and absolutely flying to try and catch. This happened fairly recently. Rougier behind the wheel, a lapse in concentration for the number 8, sent out into the barrier with a massive spin and some very heavy damage on the number 8 R8G machine that had worked its way up after the 10th place grid penalty to well inside the top 10. They've been into the pit lane recently, meaning they are not going to be inside the top 10. A top 10 that is dominated by Porsche Commander with a 1-2 at the moment, 9 and a bit seconds between the two of them, and 9 and a bit seconds clear of Max Verstappen. James Bolber behind the wheel with the 63 before we get to Team Redline, and Luke Browning in 5th position. Moving down the order, a few that might be surprising down, of course, R8G that have been pushed down with that number 8 after returning to the pit lane. Alpine Esports and Team Ford's a little bit further down than where they would expect to be before we can see our race leaders in the GTE category. Sim Marinello have been dominant all day, 4.7 seconds clear of BMW Team Redline. They're trying to find their way to close back in. Satellite at the bottom, unfortunately, with a rough day, but they are still going. All of our runners remain out on circuit. McCarthy's been off. He's got to go and get grilled. Someone who certainly has been fairly recently had a bit of grilling of the commentator kind. Hope you found it all right. Ben Constantin is back in the commentary booth, Flo.
33 laps to remaining.
Yeah.
Not long. But great to have Porsche Commander 1-2 right now, being chased down by Max Verstappen. The 63 in 4th position. The 53 was battling with it, wasn't he? Nikodem Vishnevsky. And that is a spin by that car all on his own. Rafael Marcello now aboard the machine. plenty of experience on rFactor 2. Rafael Marcello, who's also been participating on ACC thanks to his involvement in GT3 racing.
And he also won Le Mans Virtual 2020.
And the first Le Mans Virtual winner, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, not having a great time of it here. Simpson versus Proton Commander. It's the 88 Proton Commander, though. A little bit further down the order, the two of them battling over 12th position just outside of the top 10. Simpson just about hanging on to it. I think that Simpson looks really good in this live.
Yeah, is it going to get dark by the end? It looks like it might.
I think it might, yeah. I wasn't expecting it to. But when you go and look at those highlights, you think, wow, it was bright earlier on as the 71 comes into the pit lane for what will be their final stop of the race. We're in that window where it is the last stop for the GTEs, and that's why you can see pretty much all of them are in the pit lane.
Yeah, it looks as a bit concerning for some of them in the early running who had to pit at 50 minutes and at 45 minutes, but it has now kind of shaken out so that most of them are within that 1 hour window, so they can go to the end without having to worry too much about fuel saving. SF Velas is one of those cars which is out of sequence.
Same with ProDrive Fire as well. Those two will be having to make another pit stop in this race, which will relinquish the lead back over to ProDrive Fire. You would expect, as we can see the 66 coming through there, as you saw all of them in the pit lane. Very, very busy on pit lane between those GTs because everyone's coming in. It's quite a long stop as well, so hopefully safe releases and all that.
It will be interesting to know the gap between SF Velas and Sim Maranello once this stop is done. 34 seconds it is. Now, I reckon if you need to go into the pits and do a bit of a splash and dash, it's going to be about 40 seconds. So depending on how long SF Velas and ProDrive can go for, they obviously have to do an extra stop. But actually, it's not all lost for those guys if they can get a little bit of an advantage in this last stint.
Werbesendung behind the wheel of the Mahler Racing team. Seen they do a fair few races in sim racing, including the Le Mans Virtual Series, so looking great behind the Mahler Racing team. They've struggled a little bit today. Of course, Mohamed Mattel, Michele Di Alessandro behind the wheel of the car, but alas, Werbesendung are taking it to the checker flag. I've said before with the SF Velas strategy, I don't agree with it, and I'm not sure it's going to work. And then, again, you're absolutely right. The kind of the closer we get into it, the more it's like, if they do take a splash, if they don't take tires, I mean, you really shouldn't take tires if you are doing slightly shorter than that. I'd just risk it for a chocolate biscuit and see what happens.
Drive-through penalty is 32 seconds. So if you, I think you've got to stop and start again. But how long do you need to stop for?
I think they need to stop for like they're going to have to put probably about 20 laps of fuel.
Depends how far they get.
That's true, but I think based on where they did stop last time, which was pretty much about 20 laps ago, actually. Even if they put in a full tank there and they do the full 33, they're going to probably have to put in. It's only 10-15 laps from this point, so they're going to have to put in a bare minimum 15, probably close to 20 laps of fuel. And I think the fuel fill rate in the GTs, I'm pretty sure it's about 3 litres a second. And I think a lap around here is probably not far off about 3 litres. Something in it's
so 3 seconds a lap. It's a big stop.
You're talking 15-20 seconds at stationary minimum.
Yeah.
At which point, like I was, when Chris asked earlier, like, how far do they have to be ahead? I said about a minute is where I would be. Because even if they were to do that and they were to come out as the leader and they weren't to take tyres, they would just do it as a fuel stop. They're going to be on more worn tyres comparatively to those they're fighting with, which is where you need a little bit extra space. I'm not sure it'll work, but again, as I was saying earlier, I respect the fact that they've tried something and they've not just gone, wow, everyone else is going to do a 3-stop strategy, so we're going to do the same thing. Like, no, do you know what? Why not? Give something a go.
And also, Sim Maranello are going to be pushing so hard in the 26 car because they've got the championship leader in GTE, Enzo Benito, in the 71 chasing them down, and only 3.3 seconds separating the two of them. So they can't cruise to victory and get caught out. They are going to have to push so hard. The only saving grace for SF Velas will be if they start squabbling Sim Maranello and BFW, but in doing so, slow their pace down.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if there's anything that might come of it. We'll focus a little bit on the LMP category because Mac Backham here on our screen at the moment leading the way. I know there's a lot of people that'll be like, well, Max Verstappen's in for a super stint at the moment. I said earlier, I think he's have to do one of the most incredible stints I've ever seen in sim racing. And I've seen a lot of stints in sim racing, trust me. He is running roughly the same pace as our race leaders. So that gap ain't moving from 19.2 seconds. So like I said, for me at the moment, I don't know if you agree, Ben, but this is Porsche's to lose.
Oh yeah,
they are in the driving seat big time.
but let's not ruin the anticipation of the last 30 laps. I think there's a definite possibility that Max could get himself up into second and split those two Porsche Coanda cars. The more favoured in the championship is the number 20. That is sitting in 4th in the championship. The leader of our race right now sits in 8th in the championship with almost half the points.
Yeah.
So Porsche Coanda will actually want to switch those two around for the sake of the championship, because it's very unlikely that the 23 can win the championship from as far down as 8th position, even if there are double points available for Le Mans.
Yeah, I do agree. I think,
but you can't manipulate it when they've got Verstappen chasing you.
Exactly. I was like, if they were 30 seconds clear, then they can manipulate it to their heart's content. The fact that there is only 10 seconds back to that Team Redline car, if there is a track to not mess about with on those kind of things, Sebring is right up there, because, like you say, you'll try and manipulate, you'll try and bring it more into your favour, and the track will bite you, courtesy of lap traffic or anything. There's so many reasons why this track will bite. It's why we love coming racing here, because this is a great example of the race definitely isn't done until it's done. You know, something like Monza, it's like, well, you know, it's Monza, isn't it? Whereas here, nah. A lapse of concentration we saw from Arthur Rougier, right?
That was mad.
That was mad. I've not seen that at this kind of level in a long time.
And Arthur Rougier is no slouch or stranger to sim racing. He's incredibly fast, and I don't really understand how. The only thing I can think of, and it would be amazing to see, whether he was reaching down for a cup of water, or have been distracted by somebody, or, you know, an animal. It's not been the first time that a cat has jumped on your lap, for instance.
So much.
It just seems weird to drive off the circuit and hit a bridge.
I think, like I say, my record, I agree, either messing about with something or looking onto another screen for like I say, I said maybe he was looking at data or whatever, or was trying to fiddle about on the wheel. You know, these cars have got brake bias and, you know, fuel maps and whatnot. It's not a crazy amount you can change whilst moving. I think it's just those two. But still, might have been fiddling about with some of that. Maybe even fiddling about with stuff for the pit stop to make sure the right driver was selected, even though they were already on their driver's slot. You know what I mean?
I think I'd do that on the Allman Straight, though.
100%. But because of how the Gurney Bend is, some people, they're sort of like, it's fine, it's nothing. So I'll just do it on here. You know, it's
SVC Paul, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Again, don't underestimate it. There is a wall that you get very, very close to that people don't even realise how close you get to it. Arthur Rougier definitely realises now how close you get to it.
So many of these teams, so many of these pro drivers using this opportunity as a warm-up to the Le Mans 24 Hours coming up in the middle of January. And with the result that we have right now, the field will close up for our double points final round, as the Alpine there, which we haven't seen too much of, is that making up a position? It is a battle down at 16th position here between Sem9 Axel and Alpine Esports.
Yeah, they didn't qualify particularly well yesterday after some issues, and yeah, they've not had the greatest day here, but Colin Sport's still trying to do something for the team. Rory McDuff started it. Of course, Lehman did the middle stints, their pro driver who had a bit of PC issues. Tim Larty not doing this round, who was the one I expected to do it, because Colin Sport doesn't like Sebring for some reason. But alas, down the order in 16th. They're a team that definitely expects to be fighting inside the top 10. They've got the pace to be, but sometimes you can have the pace, but if you don't have the luck, you don't have the I don't really know what helps.
If you don't have the luck, then you don't have the luck.
Well, it just doesn't come together.
Yeah, good call, guys.
Hasn't come together. The thing is, I don't like saying luck sometimes, because it's like, is it luck all the time? I think sometimes luck is that thing in motorsport and sim racing where people go, well, you know, we just had some bad luck. And I was like, are you sure you just had some bad luck, or did you make some mistakes?
Yes, exactly. It's not all, but I think luck does exist as a concept.
Big time. So, I mean, two major things in sim racing that people don't really tell you when you start learning. Luck is a major factor, and things aren't fair.
Life isn't fair.
Exactly.
That's a great lesson to be taught age 0.
Yeah, too right.
Have
you told baby Lola that yet?
Absolutely. Whether it be in the world of virtual racing or real racing or just life. It's generally not fair. Grosjean here is looking at potentially trying to get himself to 14th position. That's what we were watching just a few moments ago. He's in the RHE 18 car, which is now the better car with Arthur Rouget's big old hefty crunch earlier on. What a bad day for RHE. I mean, it started off so well yesterday with their pace in qualifying. Obviously then put into the middle of the pack after their discretion.
Have you got the headlights turned on?
And it really hasn't kind of worked out. The Grosjean Beche car was never really expected to do great guns anyway, but you would have hoped that the 8 would have been a lot higher than it has become.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you go back 15 laps, the 8's done an amazing job to recover up the order. But 8 laps, 15 laps ago, whatever, it's still 30, 40 short of the end, and so there's no point in leading at that point, or getting in position inside the top 5, whatever you want to be in position in a few laps' time. Has been confirmed. Dan Wren, one of the people who's not here because he went off to Sim Expo. However, he does have his brother out doing cameras for us, bringing some of the shots that you're seeing on screen. Rory says it confirms it is going to be dark.
Yeah,
100% it will be dark when we see that that checkered flag.
You got your headlights turned on.
You can really tell right now because instantly it's dipping below the horizon. It's going quick. Looks good though.
I'm surprised, therefore, that we've got so many real-world drivers in for these final stints. Guven, all right, fine. There's plenty of them that
and they are
also
lit
have
up, yeah.
incredible pedigree in terms of the sim world. Guven being one, but you've got Guven, Verstappen, Baldwin, Luke Browning. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Semi-Matti Trogan somehow is still classed as a real-world driver. And then Skelton, Marcello, Van Uiteren. And we can continue. Grosjean, Rouget, Benyaya. Thomas Eng is in the ARC Bratislava. I didn't actually check his age, but Thomas Eng driving for ARC Bratislava. GT have gone a different way. There's only Dennis Lind, the real-world driver, Butska Visser in their field. And it's getting tight now, Lewis.
Yes.
BMW Team Redline, 1.6 back from Sim Maranello for what we think is the lead of the race.
I believe that is the actual race. There's 51 at the moment. SFLS Esports, they are off strategy. We are awaiting a stop for the 51, but you're absolutely right. 2nd and 3rd, what will come, we believe, will come the race lead. Lorenzo Risi, Enzo Benito, very, very close. I've got to say, Dennis Lind, got to give him a shout out. Love myself a little bit of Dennis Lind, of course, British GT champion last year and all-round superstar in the world of sim racing and motorsport. And I've got to say, Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, I don't know if they're awaiting another pit stop. I don't believe so. I think they've accounted for the same level of stop. From what I'm seeing, they've done the same level of stop as everyone else in the category. I think they have done an amazing job to recover in a Porsche which has been unfavoured around Sebring as such. It's not a circuit which was ever thought to run well for them, and from the Red Bull, from the Porsche point of view, and they've done absolutely brilliant. Now, as we can see, with it being night, headlights have to be on. That will be forced in-game, by the way, for anyone at home not knowing. That will be, there'll be a problem. If you don't turn it on, the game will automatically disqualify you at this point. You have to have them on. And if not, if the game doesn't automatically disqualify you for whatever reason, Eduardo Freitas will.
Yeah, but he didn't give Graham Carroll a penalty for knocking off his teammate.
Oh, well, the AMG aren't teammates, and it was ish. It was deduced to be a squeeze from Nikodem Wisniewski. I think they saw it from up above and whatnot, and went that way. But I believe it was classified as a squeeze. We ride on board with Enzo Benito, car ahead. Again, we believe this is going to be the battle for the race lead in that GTE category. It's very tight indeed. You can see that throttle input. Benito's feeling confident, feeling pacey, feeling in control in a circuit which, whilst we've said it's not really a Porsche track, it's really been more Ferrari focused, what we saw in qualifying. And as we ride on board with BMW, I know you can't really hear it for whatever
reason. It is Ferrari focused indeed.
But the BMW is firing on all cylinders at the moment to try and catch that Sim Maranello car.
Are you sure it's not an electric?
Yeah. We are getting, so obviously we can hear the curbs and whatnot, but there is no engine noise coming from this.
That's really weird.
This BMW.
At least we can hear the engine.
It's very bizarre. It's
and you can hear the
I can hear the
other
LMPs.
car going past.
I can hear the LMPs going through. I have had that problem when driving.
Because there is, I mean, there's 2 volume settings, isn't there? You can
A lot of volume settings.
Yeah, you have the volume of the curb strikes and a different volume setting for the engine noise.
Yeah, you've got a
Awesome.
one for your engine noise, one for opponent engine noise. You can really put it into a position where you're comfortable, because I've had it before where I've done some racing and you're trying to hear. You do a lot more driving on audio than people kind of think. Like, you know, every gear shift, even curb usage and stuff, a lot of it you go on audio, right?
Yep.
And to be
You
able
go on
to
audio
adjust
with
that to be just right is very, very important. And the last thing that you want, and I have had this before, where I'm driving and all I can hear is the car that's right behind me. And I'm trying. It was at a point in the race where I was almost tempted just to pull over and be like, no, I'm done with this. I've had enough. This is because it's annoying. It's so annoying. You can't concentrate.
I said this earlier on the race, early on the weekend, I should say. If I was to choose a sim racing team of 3 of these drivers, this is the team I would choose. But Van Buren, Benito, Siggy. What a lineup.
Superstar team. I mean, Redline have got some quality drivers, but hot dang.
Oh, SF Velas into the pits. So they still have to fuel, as you quite rightly said, for 23 laps. So this is not going to work out for Velas right now. What they will have is, if they do tyres, could potentially do a full stint.
Tyres have been done.
Tyres being done. So they're going to be dropping down here
No, you can do it now.
behind the BS BMW, I'd have thought, and maybe even to the Oracle
Make sure
Red Bull. Let's
the
see.
damage is
But they're going to have a fresh set of boots.
Yeah,
Fresher.
They could potentially, it depends on where they come out in comparison to that BS car. I mean, they might be in 4th, which would be great. They might be able to challenge for a podium.
Yeah, no, exactly. They could push back up. Let's have a look.
Yeah, potentially.
Still with the P beside their name. Still waiting for them to come in, and Simsa doing the same thing. So they have to worry about Simsa. Oracle Red Bull would be the next one to worry about as we turn our attention back to the LMP category.
Christian Michael, by the way, getting back in behind the wheel of SF Velas. Of course, we saw the longest stint being done from Casper Stolz. I'm not sure if Spheres must have been in recently. I have the inkling that Christian Michael might have done the initial part of the race. So Jordan Spheres has just got in, that's why Christian Michael did that stint, so he's going to tick off his timer now as Bradman Esports were out wide. I just want to speak very quickly of timing, of driver timing, because I did notice on the form that we've got here for the protest sheet that I believe that that the 888 might have exceeded the 2-hour maximum limit that Risto Kappa was in, but that'll be investigated post-race, so tough.
Here is SF Velas then. The 51 has found itself right under the rear wing of the 111 machine, so they have dropped behind P1 Esport into 6th position in class, but they have fresher tyres than Mikael Jensen ahead. But the gaps are big, so they really took a long time in the pit stop. Trying to go around the outside. Have they got the space to then have the inside line
we
for
have
the next
some
corner?
artificial
They've got the
damage,
leader
nothing
just,
to
sorry,
worry
second
about,
position
really.
just behind, and there's no way through here. And this is a big problem, actually, moreover, for Aychan Guven, who finally has the ability to get past, but will have lost a chunk of time there as the 2 GT cars were squabbling. And you don't want to be losing time when Max Verstappen's breathing down your neck.
Yeah, also look at how close it was between the top 2. This is for 5th and 6th, so Jordi Spears getting past Marcus Jensen, but I did see that BMW Team Redline versus Sim Marinello was separated by a whopping 0.3 of a second, less than that even now. Enzo Benito all over the rear end, the battle for the race lead in GTE coming up to 20 laps to go.
Little bit of fuel saving going into the braking zone there, not in
Ferrari
straight onto the brake after fading off the accelerator. So there still is a need for some of these drivers to not drive at the absolute limit, and that's where we're going to see SF Velas chomping away at the gaps to the cars ahead. because these guys have all got to stretch to a full hour, whereas Velas just have to go straight on. So all is not lost for them. To get themselves up onto the podium would be tough. They've got 20 seconds to Oracle Red Bull. But that also means that when we see an attack from the BMW, it's not quite as aggressive as we might usually see. There goes Thomas Enger around the outside of the BMW. Enger's 46 years old now.
Really?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
I said he was 50 earlier on, so I do apologise.
That's brutal, yeah. He just sort of, I don't think he'll be too happy with the eco. So it's almost as unhappy as Jack Keighley was when I saw him from Norfolk. Probably not quite. That was sacrilege. Either way, tight battle. I agree with you. I actually don't think that BMW Team Redline are going to do too much straight away. I think there's a little bit of fuel gain going on here. I think Redline will just want to sit here and be patient, and they are confident. See some LMPs coming into the pit lane. So the last stops in the LMP category coming in. Enger in. We had Merguli in, of course, one of the drivers that took part in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Romain Grosjean into the pit lane. I did see Alessandro Ottaviani in recently. Oh my goodness, what's happening there? A bit of a squeeze there with the Team Redline car, who's not in its box. Which Redline car is that?
That's the number 2, because Verstappen's already come out.
Yeah, what? That squeeze? Okay, so there is a thing about the fast lane taking priority and all that.
Good stuff, Josh.
But that was very naughty.
Well, it was a good little battle, wasn't there, between Floyd Van Wall and Nextview Van Wall and the second of the Team Redline cars. It's going to be a slow stop for Luke Browning.
Yeah, very slow. I mean, he had to do, like I say, he had to reverse it about 8 times to try and get it out from behind the ARC Bratislava car. So that number 2 car's lost a lot of time. The ARC Bratislava, I don't know. Like I say, it'll be race control will be investigating that one. I have no doubt. Just squeezed him straight towards the wall. Back on board then with Enzo Benito right at the front of the GTE category. Not very much time between them. I don't feel that BS Competition and Ferris Stanley will be able to close. I think they will close in, and at the moment, the rate, if they are going to stay this close, it's about a second a lap faster that Ferris Stanley's going. But I do get the feeling that these two have a bit more pace in this thing.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
What they're showing.
I mean, Enzo Benito is in pouncing position there, isn't he? Could easily send it down the inside if he wanted a last lap gasp, but we still have 20 laps remaining of this race, and therefore it's a better, tighter line through the first part of Sunset, but the Ferrari tends to apex later to get a better drive off the corner. That's what it needs. And indeed, Enzo not with enough space. And look at the gap that's created on the exit.
Great drive off from Sim Marinello. You can see how much more of the circuit Enzo Benito's confident using. Bit of a slide there. This could be an opportunity. Enzo Benito might go for it. You can see Sim Marinello feeling the need to defend. And the thing is, when you feel the need to defend, Enzo Benito, any chance of him sat behind waiting for the slipstream is going to go. Coming up towards turn 5, he was almost going for it to try and get past Lorenzo Arisi. Still, Arisi off the corner quite nicely. The head round Gurney bend and the straight line speed of the Ferrari will be
it's
more
incredible how overpowered that Ferrari is. He's a yoke.
But they are beginning to fight.
So much pressure on Lorenzo's shoulders with Redline behind. Let's not forget that Sim Marinello have not even stood on the podium so far this season. 4th, their best result in the short race at Monza, roughly the same distance as we are racing today. But they only sit down in 7th position. This is the incident we saw with Thomas Eng going into the pits and squeezing Luke Browning. Luke Browning's coming out of the pits, Eng's coming into the pits there, and a very fast 5-point turn from Luke Browning to get himself back out onto circuit. However, he's now 32 back from James Baldwin.
The fact that he had already stopped does genuinely change it just a touch, because it's kind of like, well, yeah, but you had already stopped, which means you were released out into the side of another car, which you would classify as unsafe.
Yeah, great stuff.
Then, so it's like, right, okay.
So P7 once again is on the line.
So race control might take a slightly dimmer view on the number.
Will we ever finish higher this year?
Give them a penalty for it. I don't know.
Well, let's hope.
I think they've already paid their price when it comes to it. But yeah,
I didn't actually compromise ARC very much,
exactly. Like ARC Bratislava probably
Didn't know they were there.
Yeah, exactly. It's the number 2 that was cost all of the time. It's a bit slow there out on the exit of Sunset from the number 71. Sun definitely has set, by the way. You can see how dark it's got on track as the number 20 comes into the pit lane. Of course, a lot of the other contingent inside the LMP category have already stopped. This is just them ticking off theirs. And there'll be a slightly shorter stop for the 20 than even the 23 than the rest of the LMP contingent.
Also,
Augusto Costa Racing, thank you very much for your follow and welcome
so that is
to
going to
the
be
Sebring 500. Appreciate your
their
time.
performance throughout this stint, with the soft tyre working better at the start of this stint, but potentially the medium being better at the end when the soft has run out of its grip.
Yeah, you can see that the yellow sidewall tyres have...
What?
Oh, Brabham's been off. Who else is... Oh, don't rejoin straight into the next view. I was going to say by Collison, that was last year. The Van Wall burst.
How bad is it?
Burst anyway, but yes, Brabham having a bit of an issue there. Like I say, I don't know which one's the right call. We've got 4 tyres in. Yeah, blue is wet, obviously. White is soft. Yellow is medium, and then green is hard. And so you can see those tyre walls being like that. And I'm not sure what's the
What lap is it?
To be honest.
Well, cooler conditions in the dark as well. Horrible bump hit there by the Brabham that sent them into a spin, and they did well actually. Oh,
okay.
Oh, they've taken out the 444 Van Wall car.
And they nearly made contact with it again here. So
mirror check in board the 444, that's 7th in the championship. They haven't had a good day, have they, Van Wall? Generally.
Yeah, well, Dendy there behind the wheel of the 62, making a Le Mans Virtual Series debut. Both running in decent spots, actually, the 62 and the 444. Devon Marocek, like you say, behind the wheel, as we'll see Pescarolo and Yassi Veloce switching the spots there. So there is one made up from Isaac Gillison on Martin Moguli. Like you say, you're having a bit of a spin, fair enough. Kind of got the whole station. I don't think, based on what we saw earlier, I don't think race control will look too kindly on that from the Brabham.
No, absolutely not. You've got to be... I mean, you are committed to a line through there, but you've just got to be very, very careful. Enzo Benito once again giving his Italian counterpart some real hassle here. Trying to find a way. Drive the penalty for unsafe release.
The number 2, that's the red line. Yeah. That's for Luke Browning.
They're already serving it. Look, coming into the pit lane right now and back out. So it has been done.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I know they were the one that paid the higher price for it, but it was an unsafe release. It's black and white on that one. If you were released into the path or side by side with another car, just because it's sim racing and no one's life is in danger, it doesn't matter. It's still within the rules.
It's putting them behind Simoncic in the number 4. That's its 6th position now for Floyd Van Wilburst, behind the 5 Williams Esports. Semi-Matti Trogan aboard that. There's 39 seconds between Williams and AMG Petronas, who's 4th, with James Baldwin just 4.7 seconds back from Max Verstappen. All the hype about Max closing down the 2 Porsches, we didn't really consider our winners from last time out. James Baldwin here could be creating a fight for the last podium spot.
Yeah, and like I say, absolutely flying up the order. You've got, I was going to say one of the best in the world of motorsport versus one of the best in sim racing, but let's be honest, they're both pretty handy in the world of sim racing. So,
and let's be honest, if you put Baldwin in a Formula 1 car, maybe he wouldn't be Max Verstappen tomorrow, but he could have the possibility.
He's pretty quick.
He's one of the people that just deserves a big pile of cash delivered on his front door, and to show the world what he can do. In the 24 hours of Spa, with half an hour of practice, he was 10th fastest in his qualifying session against people, about 65 other cars that had done the season.
Yeah, like I say, incredible performance, especially again with all the experience. I know he's done a season in British GT, but still
2 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say
counts for nothing.
Exactly, I was going to say when it comes to relative experience, when it comes to just GT racing generally, or just racing in across the board, that's 2 years is a lifetime. And yeah, to kind of jump in and just be going straight out and have the bravery to attack Spa as well, right? Of all tracks, there are not many that you can attack that hard in Spa because of places like Eau Rouge, Madion, and whatever. In sim racing, you can do it 1,000 times and it's like, oh, I've crashed, whatever, just hit escape. In motorsport, you've got to build up to it, you've got to build that confidence. You've only got half an hour to do it. Well, that is like 10, 15, 10 laps basically. So yeah, good luck. It's tough, real tough. That's the difference between the world of motorsport and the world of sim racing. I was chatting to Dennis Lind about this when he did Bathurst a few years ago, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we had about 10 laps before we did qualify." And I was like, "Bathurst?" He was like, "Yeah, that's pretty normal for motorsport." And I'm like, "I'd want at least." I'm like, "Nah, give me 200, mate, and I might be all right."
That does make a huge difference. And remember, also, you don't have to pay an entry fee to get into a virtual circuit. You don't have to pay for tyres. You can go testing every day, all night, however long you want. There's never a red flag. And if you crash, you just press reset and you can have a brand new car again. You can't do any of that in the real world. And so these virtual races are so well prepared in comparison. Although I was told just now that Max Verstappen didn't have a pedal set until yesterday. So his preparation has been limited by the fact that he didn't have any hardware.
Well, I mean, this is where you need to go down the Simon Pagenaud route and have 2 sets of hardware, just in case one fails, so that you can unplug it, throw one out of the way, throw the second one in, plug that in, and away we go, lads, into the next portion of the race. So
legendary scenes from the world of Le Mans Virtual.
Drive-through penalty for the 62. Brad Niesmans causing a collision with the 444 Van Wall. I don't think anyone's particularly shocked. Another look at that incident. Obviously, they're running in 8th position.
Doesn't matter, you got
it's
tons of space to behind.
Had they held position here, it
Both
probably
cars
wasn't a penalty,
behind
but the fact they drove forward into the line, same as what we saw earlier, there was nothing that Van Wall could do.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't really argue with that one too much.
No, not really. If you spin, keep your foot on the brake. That's what they tell you in the arrive and drive karting places of the world.
A stationary car is predictable, a moving car isn't. So, like I say, you've got to treat it like that. And well, then just misjudging it ever so slightly when it comes to that
15 laps remaining.
Not the best
15 laps for Enzo Benito to find a way past this Ferrari. How much is he taking out of his tyres? Is he saving fuel to be able to turn that wick up a little bit? He knows that the BMW doesn't have the straight line speed that the Ferrari does, and therefore the Ferrari getting a little bit squirrely with the back marker getting past him there. And 15 laps equates to about 50 kilometres.
Yes.
10% of our race still remaining.
Whoa! Okay, he was looking for it there. I mean, Le Mans corner's not really one for it, especially when the Ferrari's got slightly better straight line speed than your BMW. But here we go. It's roughly, based on where we are, it's around.
Yeah, the Ferrari is just pulling away.
Left in this race.
Just crazy.
Something in that vein. Slightly longer than 20 minutes, but 20, 25 minutes, somewhere in that vein.
So guys, again, if you appreciate our content tonight, please have a follow on Twitch, subscribe us on the YouTube channel.
Last year. I think it's 4 hours, 7 minutes.
Join us for more sim racing
We're
related
aiming to go
content.
faster than that to prove that we're better than those.
Why have we gone faster than last year? Tyres are different?
Tyres are slightly different, yeah. Also, I think track temperature might be ever so slightly different than last year. Might be slightly cooler generally this year than it was last year, which just affects race pace. The thing is,
sniff.
Is he going for it? Yes, he is.
Side by side for the lead of the race. Down the inside goes Enzo Benito
to
move the 71 ahead of the Ferrari that's led from the very beginning. There's back markers involved, there's LMP cars involved. The Ferrari's going to try and fight back, moves onto the racing line. Benito is on the defensive inside line here into the braking zone, so there's no way really to go around the outside, but there's still plenty of opportunities if an LMP car fires its way down the inside of this little battle that we have for the lead of the race with less than 50 kilometres remaining. Again, looks to the inside. Remember, the Ferrari is fast at top-end speed and again draws alongside into the braking zone, but Enzo's got it covered.
Yeah, that was really nicely done from Enzo Benito, but I can tell you, if Lorenzo Ricci can keep up going onto the Ullman Straight, this is where it's very, very important. We had the overlapped qualifying lap from the top 3, and you could see at this point, Kevin Siggy behind the wheel at 71, looking really, really good at this point, actually pulling clear of the 2 Ferraris. Once they got through this sector, though, those Ferraris are absolute bullets in a straight line comparatively to that BMW, and so we'll have to wait and see if the Sim Maranello car can have something to do. But that bit of lap traffic, that Porsche, I think it's just separated them enough. Weirdly enough, a Porsche Commander car might have actually just helped Team Redline there. in their charge, in their pursuit for victory. We'll have to wait and see. The Sim Marino have been fantastic this weekend, and as you quite rightly pointed out, on slightly different tyres, running the medium tyres mean they should come in potentially a little bit better 5-10 laps into the stint.
The medium tyre might be better at the very end of this race, but they still need to keep in touch. And Enzo Benito checking out here in the BMW that took pole position and took victory last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, leads our championship by over 11.5 points, and now is checking out as well. The gap growing in their championship as Oracle Red Bull Racing having a pretty miserable day, although up to 4th position in class now with Dennis Lynn, 19 seconds off Stanley in 3rd position for BS competition.
And this will be a big moment for the 71, by the way, because this will be their 5th victory in the Le Mans Virtual Series. How incredible is that? They had 3 last year, looking for their 2nd one already of the year. Considering we don't have many races in this every single year, it shows how strong they are.
Wow, there's got a pretty amazing line.
Pretty stunk. I mean, like I say, if you cross the line and you get beaten by a lineup and then you look at it and you think, nah, it's all right. As the years have gone on, I had a championship a few years ago, back in 2015, 2016, and we got beat by Nikodem Wisniewski, Kuba Brzezinski and Pash Gergis. And as the years have gone on, I've got less disappointed in that victory. I'm like, I got beat by them though. So I was like, no, it's all right.
Who's the 4th driver in that car as well?
Oh,
Van Buren, Enzo, Siggy. Can't remember who the 4th.
No, me neither. And with old age, my knowledge goes. So we'll have to wait and see. The number 20, though, they've done something. They've gone a little bit longer than the 23 than their teammates, and now they're starting to catch a 23. You were talking about the 23 potentially. If you were Porsche commander, you might think the 20's ahead. Would you switch them? Would you let them? I think just let them fight, because I actually don't think the 23 is far enough behind to count them out of the championship. Back-to-back victory of here in Le Mans. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Knowing last year,
21 plays 40, 19 points different, leading in the championship, 66 points. So another 26 points ahead of the leading Porsche Commander car. With just 3.5 seconds between the top 2 and 20 seconds now to Verstappen in the red line 1-1, absolutely I'm switching. You're still going to get a 1-2, and you might still have somebody in the championship. 20 points is basically 2nd position in this race.
But would you do that at Le Mans? Would you switch them at Le Mans?
Well, yeah, if that's the question of 50k or not, absolutely.
No, there is that. There is absolutely that. I just
Interesting
don't think
discussion.
I could take a Le Mans victory, and that's where I'm thinking is that if you're switching them here, you have to be ready to switch them at Le Mans as well.
What did he say earlier? As I was sat in this chair, the first thing the wise old owl said was, "Life isn't fair."
Life is not fair. Yeah, you're absolutely. Again, you've got to do it for the team. You've got to represent for the team. And to be fair, Commander are very, very good at that between them. The same as Redline to a degree. They will sacrifice something for the other if it is, again, for the betterment of the team. So I can see them switching, but I also cannot. And now I'm just going to cheat the system and message them.
No, because they're not going to tell you the truth. Have you not learned after 5 rounds of this that when you ask about strategy and about tyres, they are never going to tell you the truth?
To be fair, Zach Campbell was very good with me earlier, so...
I think the key thing here is Max Verstappen's gap has grown so much to Ayhancan Guven. Guven is really flying. Here we now look at James Baldwin in the 63, and he is now within
Shame
3
with the
seconds of
damage that we can't do a thing.
2.7 the gap. Consistently taking
okay.
4
4
tenths of a second out of Verstappen. We might see the Petronas Mercedes up into 3rd position in this race, and that would mean that they would likely move ahead of their Williams run counterparts in the championship up to 5th.
Yeah, like I say, the 63's having an incredible run of form the last couple of rounds. That victory last round, it's really given them that boost. The shame for the first round, again, see some issues slightly out of their control, but then some issues that were slightly in their control, and alas, they were not classified in the Bahrain race, the 8 hours of Bahrain that started out the season. They've had to work very, very hard from that point, and they are really finding their form. And
It's another one of those lineups you just go, wow.
When that lineup was announced, James Baldwin and Graham Carroll moving from their respective teams over
You mean we can
to
still go
Mercedes,
fifth?
the Mercedes-AMG Team Petronas esports stable.
Yeah, he did.
I looked at that. That's what I genuinely. I can't say it on air what I said when I saw that lineup, but yes, there was some profanity because
Yeah.
I was shocked by how strong that car was. They are an incredibly
P9 at best.
strong outfit,
And that's a lineup that's remained unchanged throughout the season so far, so they've still got to add a fourth driver.
They did announce. This is the thing, is that I think because James Baldwin counts as a pro, does he?
Yeah.
Who Graham Carroll doesn't, Bonner House doesn't, Jana Wapner. So they do have to get someone else in.
Has Otmir driven with them in here?
I don't think in this round, in this season. But I would have expected Otmir to have done some, but no. Otmir did, of course, do the rFactor 2 Formula Pro series and struggled a little bit with that, but he has laughed about how much he struggled. So,
Well, F1 is done in a couple of weeks' time, so he could still come in and do Le Mans Virtual and have a couple of weeks of practice.
which I'd love to see. But I think the team, they'd have to prioritise results. If you had Jana Wapner versus, well, you need to get a pro driver in. So you need another pro driver, which would
You
then
need
mean
two pro and two sim.
Exactly. So you've got James Baldwin, there's a pro. Then you need to get another pro in, which then if you've got Jana Wapner in as well, then you have to remove Bonner House or Graham Carroll from the car.
Yeah, okay.
Which maybe.
I remember we're going to have some special entries just for Le Mans, so there might even be a second car coming from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
What have we got here then? Ooh, oh dear, that's the 20 machine that's trying to chase down the lead. Helping RHG off the circuit there.
Penalty.
I will say RHG's line was incredibly defensive there.
No pops, we were in the
Porsche
triple
Again,
four.
I need to see it again, but I know it's up to the lapping car to make the move safely, but the car that is being lapped still can't exactly try and be like, well, I'm going to make it really difficult for you, because like, well, you're going to get pushed off the road. I think that Triple Eight might have been squeezing a touch, but I don't know. Again, race control will look over that one, and thankfully I'm not there.
I do hope that there's not a penalty coming their way. The gap's grown though with that contact and slow lap from Guven to 3.5 seconds over Backham. Baldwin, though, who we're watching, continues to lap in the 46s and continues to chip away at Verstappen's lead. We have 9 laps remaining. It feels as though potentially we might not have enough laps here. Let's see what's happened. And we're on board with the Pescarolo. Late. Whoa. Never going to stop. Oh, did get it stopped.
Yeah, BS competition I think certainly got a bit of a whack in there, but I think that's where it's awkward through traffic, right? So the Pescarolo car's committed to a move, then the Arnage has committed to slightly defending front, but also trying to get past BS competition, and then that poor BMW's just sat there being like, oh, cheers lads, thanks, nice one. It's good chat. Ferris Stanley, who has done a couple of rounds of the Le Mans Virtual Series in the LMP category, will probably know how it goes on that side. We'll understand both sides of it.
Check this out. Jordi Sveers in the SF Velas Esports Ferrari, just 2.1 seconds now behind Dennis Lind. That gap, I'm pretty sure I said, was 19.
Ex-team manager as well.
That could be a change, and significant for our championship as well. That could be a change for 4th position. They're not going to be able to go any further up the standings, but that's GTE, something to watch out for, which is led by Enzo Benito. Team Redline now leading by 2.4 seconds over Sim Maranello. It's ebbing and flowing, but ultimately it does feel as though the Ferrari hasn't got the potential to take the victory. Ferris Stanley and BMW team BS competition in 3rd. A good day for the BMW Works squads.
Yeah, again, BS competition doing quite well.
Such a shame we will actually be able to fight Redline for 7th.
Struggling just a touch at the moment, but it's not the case. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, Jordi Sveers, Dennis Lind, that is absolutely going to be a fight soon. I say ex-team manager for like 2 years ago, but Jordi Sveers did race for Singularity, which was run by Dennis Lind.
Verstappen getting caught out by RHG, a bit of a swapper on for James Baldwin, but as they come towards the finishing line to complete 1, 2, 5, the gap is less than a second. James Baldwin will ride on board with Max Verstappen. Yes, that Max Verstappen is just ahead. And we might see a change here for 3rd position. The number 1 Team Redline car leads our championship, but might have its might have some points taken away by that man, looking cool and collected, James Baldwin, in his rig, at home, in the UK. Verstappen at home, in Monte Carlo. It's different worlds between these two, but they're sharing the same track, they share the same love for sim racing, there is no doubt.
Did you see the 20, by the way?
Going to be interesting till the end, for sure.
Okay, good. So good. That's sorted. In fact, that one's dealt with and moved on.
Let's focus on this though, because this is a huge moment. 8 laps remaining. Mercedes versus red line. How many times has Max Verstappen battled with a Mercedes on circuit? By a Brit in a Mercedes.
Yeah, the thing is with this, of course, for Verstappen, for the title, for the #1, they finished on the podium in every single one of the rounds thus far. A third, a first and a second, looking for their 4th consecutive podium this season. And of course, if you include Le Mans Virtual last year, technically a 5th consecutive podium, because technically it's the 1, 2, 3 that's moved over into the 1. Very, very strong that they've been this season. But this was the round where, of course, last season was by Coles, Burst Esports. They had a podium in every single round of the season except this one. Could that actually happen again this year? We'll have to wait and see. Verstappen's feeling the pressure. Saw a big kick of oversteer once again going through Sunset. Baldwin much closer again this lap. This moves surely an almost inevitability, but Verstappen's going to fight it hard.
We know what he's like in defending and attacking in the real world in Formula 1. He's even more aggressive in sim racing. He always has been. Puts him on fine lines and fine margins.
They are going to see a dive at some
sure
point.
There are people in his ear saying, just keep calm, judge this correctly. You need to make sure this is a clean move. For AMG team Petronas Esports, it's vital. There's a bit of traffic. There's a BMW in the way for Verstappen. No concern on either of the men's faces on our right-hand side. We've still got a decent amount of time to go. Red Bull colours adorn the red line car through the Max Verstappen the Verstappen.com livery that car now runs. Notice that there's no Red Bull on Max Verstappen today. He is driving for red line.
Yeah. Big pusher of that camp as well. He doesn't just sit behind the scenes and appears every now and then. He does help run things. He does, again, brand operations. Brand that's all over the car these days. He is a big part of the Team Redline camp and a big supporter of them. And it's why they're part of the reasons why they are so strong. They've done such hard work behind the scenes to get a whole heap of big drivers in the world.
Got an exit here.
Again, bit of lap traffic ahead in the P1 Esports car. This is it. This could be it for Baldwin. Could get to the outside of T1.
James Baldwin looks to the outside, has the overlap into turn 1. It's very, very bumpy. It's very, very fast. There's no way through, but he tries to move back. Side by side on the exit towards turn 2. Verstappen's up on the grass. Verstappen is wide, and Verstappen has let James Baldwin through. Ultimately, there was no defence. There is a little bit of disappointment across Max Verstappen's face. But a beautiful switchback from James Baldwin. Is that a smile I see?
Yep. The very best in the world of racing on it.
As Baldwin worked his way through. Beautiful move. Absolutely beautiful. The cutback was textbook. And didn't get stuck behind the stand for too long.
It's so hard. I mean, I celebrated hard as well. What a move.
Struggling in that fight. One clean move back round the outside, made a nice job of it, didn't overthink it, played the cards right. The 63 takes over the podium spot, and it looks like those consecutive podiums could be coming to a close.
Baldwin took this car to victory last time out at the 6 hours of Spa, really elevating them up the championship after a DNF in Bahrain and an 8th position only in Monza. The investment from AMG Mercedes, really very new, in fact, in the world of sim racing. He might not be at home. He might actually just be down the road from where we are here at Brackley, at the Mercedes factory.
Baldwin's at home. Right. I'm pretty sure Bonnerhouse Jarno Otme when he was, I think Graham Carroll might be at home as well. But Bonnehaus and Jarno Otme, when they race for themselves, they are absolutely just down the road in Brackley. I don't think, though, it's set up to have like Baldwin and whatnot in, but hopefully one day, I mean, that'd be great.
Yeah,
I'll
Max
go
was
down there for the Mans,
indeed
Well,
unlucky
for
with the
Le Mans
traffic.
Virtue, we'd almost want them to be in the same place, wouldn't you?
Well, that's
Just-
endurance racing, right?
I know the world has gone Zoom mad, of course, since the lockdowns and the ability to work remotely, but there's still nothing like being together.
No, absolutely. Whilst that battle was going on, by the way, I think Dennis Lind might have had a touch of a problem in the Oracle Red Bull Racing esports team, because he is now 9 seconds behind the SFLS car that we saw coming through there. So SFLS up now into 4th position, and Dennis Lind dropping back into 5th. In that number 99 Oracle Red Bull. I think I've got to say, for Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, I still maintain I think 5th is actually a good result for them.
Well, let's have a look then at what was going on whilst we were watching Max. Ooh, big old switch for Sem9 Axel. Rejoins slowly and gets caught by the Pescarolo. No,
Yeah,
goes off on
car's
the track again.
Car's broken big time there.
Now, we were talking about Dennis Lind. This is what's happened. SF Velas, Joris Veers has caught him to the outside, switched back to the inside.
Oh,
No, now how do you judge that one?
Yeah, I've got to say,
Moved on the braking?
I don't know. It's Jordi switching
Nasty,
back
though.
there to get to the inside of Dennis. It's a risky move. And I said before, you don't really want to go down the inside of the first corner because it's a big pinch point. And
Someone
whether you
smoking.
can classify, I don't think it was smoke. I think so. That's what happens when you kick up dirt in this when it's dark.
Okay.
It just looks like that. So I don't think it's snakes.
No engine gone pop.
No, we should be okay on that one. But yeah, I don't know how that one. I'd need to see that one time and time again, up, down, left, and right to judge it, because it is a bit of a tricky one. When you're going back down the inside that aggressively, you are kind of
nasty
asking
position
for trouble. But then,
for
of course, it was the Oracle Red Bull Racing
Fortzilla.
car that paid the price. When was on our
Yeah, so Dennis Lind dropping down 9 seconds back. Sveers 26 back from Stanley. Didn't really have a slow lap though. Got himself up into 4th position. So, in a way, if you're race control, you might as well just go, do you know what, let's leave it. This is a real struggle here. Is this the 20 or the 23 trying to get past in traffic?
20, second place.
So the traffic's not falling very well for Aychan Guvin. He's dropped down to 4.6 seconds back now from Matt Backham. So the 23 car continues to lead, and it looks more and more likely, like my prediction, is less likely to happen, because on the last lap he took 0.4 of a second out of Backham, but on this lap is going to drop almost another 2 seconds being caught behind these two Porsches squabbling.
I did message Zach Campbell, who gave me the answer I think we were expecting. The convo is just being had right now. We'll see. It's to be decided. Which I'm like, that does not answer my question.
How about Christian Horner of him?
Quickly.
Sorry, I'll give Zach Campbell a bit of a pass because he
3 laps remaining though.
he's given some decent info for this one. So
Gap is growing, nearly 5 seconds now.
I
If you're
think on
gonna
his
do
swap
it,
positions, like it would
you
be
don't have to worry too
unsmart
much
to do
about
it.
Baldwin. It's 23 back, but you need to slow down Matt Backham, because over 5 seconds is quite a big chunk to try and give away in 3 laps.
R8G have just come into the pit lane in the 18. Oswald Deerim has just come in. I'm pretty sure there was a close battle between Alpine and Arnage. Colin Sport getting ahead and clearing off from Janis Brackshot. Meanwhile, we see this battle for 11th. Takkanen trying to get past Florian Haase. Project One have struggled a little bit with this round. They've been slightly all over the place, obviously dealing with stuff in Sim Expo have been Dur Esports. But this side by side over the hairpin, big slide there from Florian Haase, and boom, the 88 makes its way through the Proton Commander. And that is a pretty tasty move, courtesy of a little bit of a slide off of the hairpin, and that 88 moves up into 11th.
So guys, we're close to the end of the stream for today.
Not a good day for Dur Esports, who
yeah.
started the year so strongly
Looks like we're
with
finishing P9.
what should have been
Should have been
better.
P7.
Should have been a podium, shouldn't it? Ended up being a 9th.
Yeah, I mean the good news is again is low number of points, so instead of 6 we get 2.
Porsche would get better here at
So
Sebring. And
yeah,
obviously
4
Oracle
points lacking.
up
I
in
mean,
fifth
you never
position,
know
the
what
best
those
of the
4
Porsches.
points in the end could be worth to, but
Coanda
It is what it is.
in their GTE campaign.
Oh, we just haven't had the
just
luck.
like
I also
starring,
think we just
really,
haven't had the
like
car.
you would come to expect from effectively a work Porsche team.
It wasn't that quick, to be honest.
Like I say,
And also the little bit of bonk here and there didn't
sometimes you have
help.
those ups, sometimes you have those downs over,
So,
over a season
yeah.
like this, like we've
We
seen.
need
with-
to
with
accept
Sebring
that, I
by
guess.
You've got to accept it sometimes, especially when it comes to experience on the platform, experience in the category. I mean, I'm amazed with how Porsche Coanda have actually worked their way up. I know they've had a couple of issues, but how much pace they've found in this in the LMP category, one that they're slightly more unfamiliar with. When you're unfamiliar with
3
a certain
laps to
category,
go.
part, a platform, whatever, it will always take time to get to grips with it. You can't always just turn it on. You know, not everyone's Enzo Benito. But right now, you've just got to tick off the laps, tick off the rounds, build the experience, and then focus on potentially throwing everything in to that 24-hour Le Mans Virtual in around 6 weeks' time. It's halfway through January. 14th and 15th of January, we'll get the 3rd running of the Le Mans Virtual, and I've got to say, we've been a part of it for both of the runnings. It'll be all 3, obviously, in January.
They had confirmed you.
Huh? No, well, I mean, I've almost been sacked, I think. But it depends if I win this quiz or not, I think. We'll have to wait and see. I'm desperate to get out and find out what we've done.
If you want to see the results of this dreadful quiz that we
It's hard.
had to do, you can go onto the social media pages of
JT, not really good. Like,
see
we've
how
lost a
awful
bit
we
of
are
ground
at
last
asking
time, and
questions
we're
about
losing more ground this
silly
time.
questions. They're not really even serious
Because of
questions.
No.
medical
You had serious
qualifying due to a
questions
drive-through
before. You had,
penalty
like,
during the
proper
last
motorsport
attempt.
questions. These were silly.
And here we
Yeah,
got
that's
another
right.
drive-through.
I'm highly disappointed, not in my performance, but in the
If
question.
anything, then
That's smart. That's
yeah, and they
smart.
would have
I've
been
recommended the firing of the
able to
question
get
master,
5th.
John
Well, he
Ratcliffe.
still
Yeah,
is. He
good
just
job.
closed that gap
Come
by
up with
3
better
seconds.
questions. Yeah.
So
Goodness.
might be last lap
But
opportunity
meanwhile,
to get
we
into
are not
5th,
far
but
away
5th
from
would have been the
saying,
maximum
the checker
regardless
flag
with the
here
car
at
today.
Sebring.
2 laps.
We are indeed, and there is still no news from Coanda. 4.6 seconds the gap the last time of asking between Bakum and Aychan Guven. It has been as little as half that, and even Verstappen getting close to Baldwin. 1.6 seconds now the gap between the two of them. So obviously Baldwin getting caught in a little bit of traffic on that last lap. All is not lost, all is not done.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, a lot of teams
yeah, no, he's
will,
exactly 3
will want this
seconds
checkered
behind.
flag to come
to
as
go.
quick as possible. Unfortunately, it's not timed; it's just on distance. So you're just
I think
hoping
we're
that these
just
final 2
running
laps
out of
pass,
time unless
and then they
traffic
can
comes into
all
play
move
there.
their attention over into Le Mans. I am being told that the number 51 has been given a drive-through for causing a collision against the Oracle Red Bull. There they are. Boom. It's just appeared at the top of the screen. That was for that dive down the inside. It was adjudicated as being on the fault of Jordi's Viers. We only saw it that one time. We'll see it again here, as you'll see. Jordi's Viers, he goes from one side, he then goes back down the other, and it's kind of it is a bit of a half. I think it's because he brushes over a little bit there before he's actually fully got to the inside. So a misjudgment has been called from Jordi's Viers. Dennis Lin's been sent off, and that car will have to return into the pit lane this lap, because we're about to head onto the last lap.
Does mean Viers is going to drop behind Lin, but more importantly, probably drop another 2 or 3 positions there. So it's not just a case of a little loss of one position. Here on board with Matt Bakum. In the 23, the car that was on the pole position that has been faultless throughout our 4-hour encounter.
Let's see if they really swap.
The car that DNF'd at the start of the year and only sits 8th in our championship with 21 points versus the 66 that Redline have at the lead. And for the moment, the gap is 3.8, so a big chunk of time lost on the last lap. We are, though, on the final lap. And if Coanda are going to do anything about swapping positions, it's going to be quite a brutal thing to do.
Yeah,
He's going to have to park up and have a picnic, basically.
I don't think they will. I think they're just going to leave them as they are. We will see a full final lap from Enzo Benito with excellent disco lights going off in the background. Love those.
I would be furious racing having the rainbow colours in the back.
He gets essentially pretty much a victory lap. He's got 4 seconds clear. He can really just cruise and enjoy this one.
They've had to work for it, though, because that Ferrari ultimately has been pretty strong.
I'm so happy that Sebring is done.
There's a load of fuel saving going on from the BMWs, especially early doors, and even in this last stint took time to really work out how to get past Sim Marinello. Ultimately building the gap to just over 4 seconds. Only 1.6 between them and the second of the BMWs. As we follow back our LMP leader. 3 seconds now. It's closing dramatically. I have to say, that gap is coming down and down and down, but it doesn't matter. Through the final turn is the 23 Porsche Coanda machine, and they've done it. They've taken victory in the Le Mans Virtual Series here at the 500 miles of Sebring. The gap 2.7 seconds, and almost better than that.
Well, kudos
They've
to
done
Porsche.
the double.
Impressive.
Porsche Coanda 1-2 with Archie Guven bringing the 20 car over the line
Well,
for second.
nothing we can do. Good stuff though.
And we now await James Baldwin for
P9
third
is not
position.
necessarily what we
There is Enzo
wanted, but
on the inset. He's still got half a lap to do to complete the GTE field. Here he is now.
could be worse.
And we do have Baldwin over the line in third, so Petronas Esports will take third position. Redline will only manage fourth position, with Verstappen finishing the car 1.8 seconds back. And now here is GTE. It's been a fantastic year for this BMW machine, with a third position and a pole at Bahrain for the 8 hours, and a win and a pole last time out at Spa. It's an incredible lineup from Redline to support BMW, and now towards the line, Enzo Benito has done it. Wins with a great move on the last stint for BMW. Benito, Rudy Van Buren and Kevin Ziggy are the GTE winners for the second time on the trot, and that builds that advantage over a poor day for Oracle Red Bull Racing.
Yeah, you guys see,
And
like, I can't be
SF
100%
and
happy
ProDrive Fire.
because
They really will have such an advantage going to Le Mans in 6 weeks' time.
And SF Velas, who had to come in for that drive-through penalty, came up behind P1 Esports. They actually end up losing out because of that contact. But yes, it's been a great race. It's been Porsche Commander domination, of course, here in Florida. They've been absolutely fantastic. I've got to say, a great battle between these two. Almost, I don't know what I'd classify as move of the race, but I think that one from Baldwin on Verstappen is right up there. I think he did absolutely superb. What a race!
Yeah, what a race. I guess let's talk about the disappointments. There are a couple of teams out there I think will be very disappointed. Floyd Van will burst coming into this
of
second
course.
in the championship, finishing the day down in 6th position with a drive-through penalty with various melodies. Be disappointed not to be up higher and keeping the pressure on Redline.
Yeah, this was the track where, of course, they did struggle a bit last year. I said before about the podium streak, which, of course, Team Redline were on until this round. Floyd Van Moor, as it was by Colles Burst, back there last season, they finished in 4th position in this race. It was the one that broke that podium streak. They're kind of struggling a little bit around here again for whatever reason. I think it's courtesy of it being a completely crazy race. It's one of those ones that just throws up the most ridiculous styles of racing. We saw that again in that 3rd hour, just drama, drama, drama. It is what it is. You've got to take a 6th position, which I think is a great recovery drive for them after the issues, and just go, right, on to Le Mans.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna
gonna
meet up with the team, and we're gonna call it a day here on the stream. Really appreciate your time. Thank you, Metal Demon, for following up here on the Twitch channel. Also, if you are interested in getting to rFactor 2, you may want to check out our YouTube channel and subscribe to that YouTube channel as well, since there is loads of tutorials ready for you, as we're now having a raid to Mr. Matt Malone for some iRacing, and for some very, very good entertainment. Guys, have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the subscriptions on the YouTube channel. And not sure if I'm gonna do any LFM tomorrow or tonight. Not 100% sure. It might be something super spontaneous. Let's see. Guys, thank you for your time. See you and goodbye.